Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, Senators. Let's pray. In times when the world gets difficult, we still need to come to a place where we have a heart of gratitude, and so we take a few moments this morning to think of all the things that we're thankful for, that we can have gratitude for. It sets our minds and hearts straight. We also are grateful that you have cared for the state of New Hampshire so well during a pandemic, and as we're coming out of it, we are grateful for your care. We're also reminded of our forefathers. They trusted you, and they put that on our money and in our buildings to say, in God we trust. And so that is also remembrance for us today, that we trust you, who are good, who give us care for the people of New Hampshire. We think of those who are struggling right now with mental illness, the vulnerable, the marginalized, and we're grateful for this legislator that continues to keep them in mind as they consider bills that affect them. We're grateful for who you are. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Senator Prentice, can you lead us in the pledge?
United States of America, and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Any introduction of guests? One of these days. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Removed from the consent calendar, House Bill 91 in ED&A, House Bill 1319 in ED&A, House Bill 1020 in transportation. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to the end of the regular calendar. In election law, Senate Bill 348. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FM bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FM bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance. And all other bills to third reading. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1583 FN, an act relative to days of operation of state liquor stores. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Kavanaugh for the committee.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1583 FN ought to pass. No matter what happens today, this is the #1 bill of the day. This bill would clarify that state liquor stores on main routes where traffic is heavy can remain open on Sundays and holidays, such as Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Stores would have the discretion on whether to remain open or not, and workers would not be required to work on these days. If a full-time employee does work, then they are required to be paid at 1.5 times their regular rate of pay. The majority of the Commerce Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1583 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a good quote from George Washington, but we didn't quite get to it. So I'm going to do something else. It's song's rent, right? 500, 600, some odd minutes. That's how many minutes in a year. I'm asking for 3 days that the state, you, sir, are an employer, and you give them Easter, and you give them Christmas off. Senator DeSalestandro, I reach out to you because you recognize that these are 3 very important days for a family, or as you'd say, La Familia. I reach out to the senator from District 21 and District 15. You guys would talk about equity. So equity here would be, these are our lower income workers. They're going to be told you have an option to work on these 3 holidays, but do they really have an option? There's a carrot put out. You're struggling to fill that gas tank, which we're going to take care of later, and you're trying to pay the rent. You're trying to buy that $10 pizza I always talk about, Senator D'Alessandro, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, as you know, in Hampstead. They're struggling, so they're going to be enticed to leave their family aside. Billy, my son, proud, my first one to make it to an Ivy League, and I wanted him home for Easter, but Penn isn't recognizing Easter or Good Friday, whereas the senator just told me it's called Holy Saturday, and I want him home, but they're going to have an open house, and so I think we have 3 days: Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter. Very important to the families in New Hampshire. Very important to these kids these are my good kids from the Lincoln Street School in Exeter, the 4th grade class. Thanks for coming, guys. So what I'm trying to do, guys, is I'm trying to get people to be at home on the holidays with their family. Most important thing. Some of you probably have parents, and they could be enticed. This bill is going to entice them to work when they should be home with you. There used to be a great song. It was, Senator Perkins, you're probably a little young for this, but it was like, can you give them 5 extra days the year for growing? Probably not in your generation. I want to give 3 days. We don't do the Monday holidays. All you guys, you know what you're doing on Monday holidays? You're playing soccer for Seacoast United, right? I bet some of you are. And I want your parents home. I want you home 3 days of the year. We can sell liquor 362 other days. Give the families in New Hampshire this. We're in a time of drug use being high up, mental illness is high up. These 3 days aren't going to make the whole difference, but right now this bill is going to chip away at the families of New Hampshire. So I ask that you overturn the motion. Let me make a new motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The bill is now on 2nd reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Some things are sacred. In a nation that was built on respect for the Almighty, it would not harm our state. Perhaps it might harm our revenues, of which we have more than enough, to keep the liquor stores closed. People that want that liquor can buy it on another day. If they're traveling on that day, they can keep it unopened and travel it within in their cars to wherever they're going. So I rise in opposition to this out of simple respect for Sundays and holidays, which should be dedicated to something more than alcohol. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call. Roll call has been requested by Senator Gannon, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Cont.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yeah.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The motion about to pass is adopted 16-8, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which is referred Senate Bill 418 FN, an act relative to verification of voter affidavits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 418 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides for verification of voter affidavits by establishing affidavit balloting. Currently, anyone voting in person on Election Day without proper identification is required to complete an affidavit. This bill, as amended, would allow the supervisor of the checklist to use non-public information, such as their date of birth, to assist in the identification of voters. If their identity cannot be verified per RSA 659:13, the individual will be requested to complete the appropriate affidavit and be informed of the affidavit ballot process. The affidavit ballot voter will receive a package from the election official containing a prepaid priority mail envelope addressed to the Secretary of State and a letter listing the documents required for verification. Documentation must be returned to the Secretary of State within 10 days of the election, or their vote will be subtracted from the vote totals. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support in a motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Susie.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the committee amendment. I have many concerns with the underlying bill, and the committee amendment does very little to allay those concerns. Probably one of the biggest problems that I see with this legislation is the issue and use of provisional ballots. Provisional ballots are something that our Constitution prohibits and that the Secretary of State's office has always consistently opposed. What's wrong with the use of these ballots? Well, a couple things. Besides the fact I believe they're unconstitutional, it's particularly problematic that the use of these ballots then allows for a delay in the results. So, for example, when we have our first in the nation presidential primary, which we pride ourselves on holding so well, there's the potential for us announcing results on election night. And then 10 days later, depending on who's returned information, changing the results. Well, we saw the impact that had on the state of Iowa with their caucus results. I can't imagine why we in New Hampshire would want to do anything to tarnish the reputation of our primary. The other issue that I think is really problematic is the fact that we have such a late primary. We have a September primary. I know this body has made efforts to try to change that date, but for now, it's a September primary. So the federal law requires that the ballots be sent out, the UCAVA ballots, those overseas, those in the armed services, those fighting on our behalf, at least 45 days before the election. With the late September primary and an additional 10 days before the Secretary of State can certify those results, because oftentimes they're close, we brush up against, one, violating federal law by not providing those ballots, but I think even more importantly, we limit the time that those who are serving in the armed services and those serving overseas are able to cast their vote. Is that something that we really want to do? Do we really want to impact those individuals and those families, our military personnel? I don't think so. I think that's truly a problem. I understand we continue to look at legislation to try to deal with the issue of voter confidence, but I don't think that voter confidence is instilled by changing election results, by relying on things being mailed or not mailed, by asking voters to take an envelope, which I think at last pricing was $27.95 an envelope, to return documents. I think there are better ways. As a matter of fact, I've seen an amendment presented that I wish we had an opportunity to talk about today instead of this one, that really goes at the problem in a much better and more precise way, and that actually is better for voters. So for all of those reasons, Mr. President, I ask you, I implore all of you, please, please do not subject us to this kind of tarnish of our primary, of action against our military. Please vote down the committee amendment so that perhaps we could consider something else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. Any further discussion on the committee amendments? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does not introduce provisional ballots. A provisional ballot is one that is set aside until verification is cast, and then that ballot is counted. Article 32 of our Constitution requires counting the same night. This bill allows that. We also have a process that has become ceremonial. It's called the certification of the ballot. That process takes place weeks, sometimes over a month later. It is largely ceremonial. We have 3 senators step out, say, yes, that's right. The problem is, right now in this state, anyone in the world can come to this state, sign an affidavit that says, I am planning to live here, or I do live here, but I don't have any documentation. They can vote, and that vote counts and determines the outcomes of New Hampshire elections. That is a problem for me. I served in the armed forces and been in places you can't pronounce and don't want to know what I had to do. Okay? This bill does not disenfranchise. I will admit that there's a time period concern which we attempted to address with Senate Bill 328, which moves the primary to August. I'm willing to submit this bill to the governor or the House. If that bill passes, we then have more than adequate time. The development of this bill was accomplished with the assistance of the Secretary of State Gardner, Assistant Secretary of State Scanlon, okay, the town clerk from Derry, an exceptional young lady, I will add, and considerable input from citizens as well. It was also co-sponsored by Justice Lynn in the House, now a representative, who I asked to take and look at the constitutionality of this bill. He put his name on it as a former serving justice of this state. What we have here is an attempt to make sure that every vote that's cast is a legal vote, and we as a legislature are constitutionally empowered to make the determination of who is qualified. We can also, with this bill, make an assertion that votes that are not qualified are not counted in electing our representatives and senators. We continue to dance around the issue of the legitimacy of ballots. According to the Secretary of State, over the last 45 years, we've had 44 state elections that ended in a tie or a one-seat victory, a one-vote victory, I'm sorry. In 1974, the U.S. Senate was won by 2 votes, the closest U.S. Senate race in history. We currently have the verification process for the 2020 election still underway. And the process of, in fact, finding those who have voted illegally takes months and sometimes years. In 2016, 10 illegal ballots were cast. Okay. In that same election, the Attorney General, in its verification process, was unable to verify 230 ballots that had signed affidavits claiming that these people were legal to vote. This bill establishes a process that protects the identity of the voters, that protects the sanctity of each of your votes from being nullified by the vote of anyone in the world that can come here, sign a piece of paper, and claim the right to vote. I'm here to protect the votes of the legitimate residents of this state who truly do belong here. 230 people in 2016 still have yet to be found. Okay. This bill protects the right to vote. It establishes a process. It's been scrutinized by a former justice, the Secretary of State, and the past Secretary of State, all of whom support this legislation. They support this legislation. If you want to protect the rights of the citizens you represent, and that most sacred right to vote, for which millions have laid down their lives, this is a bill that can do that. And I ask you to please vote ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Perkins Poca with a question.
Yes, Mr. President, a question of my colleague from District 2.
Senator Gaida.
Senator Gaida, thank you for taking my question. Can you help us understand, how does it instill confidence in our elections to announce a result to an election and then 10 days later, or even 14, announce different results to that election? Please help us understand.
I would respond, how can a person have confidence in an election process that allows anyone in the world to come here and vote and not be held accountable? And their vote counts. That's the problem here. This bill came out of a huge uprising, as you might remember with Senate Bill 43, okay, of the population of this state that wants accountability in our elections. This gaping flaw, this does not instill, this further instills confidence in the people who are rightfully voting in our state. It terrifies those who choose not to vote rightfully, because understanding that their intent in so doing is to defraud the electorate of its certified vote that puts us in office. So this bill does a lot to instill confidence. There's nothing to destroy it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gaida. Further discussion? Senator Susi requests a roll call. Senator Gaida seconds. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi. Senator Cont.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 418. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the ought to pass with amendment motion on Senate Bill 418. Simply put, this bill is unnecessary, unwarranted, and unconstitutional. It attacks the freedom to vote by creating burdens that will likely suppress the vote of thousands of Granite Staters, including members of our military who risk their lives every single day for our freedoms. This is despite the fact that New Hampshire elections have been shown time and time again to already be secure, already accurate, and already reliable. We have a proud history of strong civic engagement in New Hampshire and robust voter participation. This is despite the unprecedented challenges our state faced holding an election during the COVID pandemic. Despite that, we saw a record turnout during the 2020 general election. So I would ask you, why would we want to fix a problem that doesn't exist? Unfortunately, this bill, SB 418, fuels dangerous allegations of widespread voter fraud designed specifically to sow doubt in our elections. We saw the same rhetoric on the steps of our Capitol on January 6th from the insurrectionists who stormed our Capitol and threw our sacred democratic process into chaos. We should be encouraging voters to participate in our democracy, not creating more and more hurdles for them to cross, particularly at a time where we are trying to heal and come together and restore trust in our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Whitley. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I rise once again in opposition to this bill as amended. I touched on many of the problems that I had with the amendment One of the concerns that I didn't raise, though, that I think is worthy of noting, in an instance where you live in a very small town and there are maybe 3 or 4 of these ballots handed out, and all of a sudden one individual does not return the information required in a timely fashion within the 10 days, that ballot has to be pulled out. The moderator or the person holding the ballot knows exactly who cast it and exactly how they cast their vote. We are going to do away with the privacy of individuals casting their vote in the ballot, in the voting booth on election day. There are small towns throughout this state where this could happen, where it's 1 or 2 people. And if it changed the result in certain races that were close, that means that we're going to violate these voters' privacy. Not only are we going to make it harder for them to register, not only are we going to say, okay, we're going to put you aside, now we're going to say that they don't even have the right to privacy of their own vote? That's just simply wrong, apart from all of the other things that are wrong with this bill. Please, I implore you, there are much better things that we can do to continue to establish trust and integrity in our process. We run a phenomenal process, as been evidenced by, this last election cycle where we had record turnout, where we were able to accommodate people because of COVID, where there were issues in the state of Iowa. Everybody said, well, good thing we're going to New Hampshire because we know we can rely on free and fair elections and reliable results. Please, I implore you, don't do away with that. Don't tarnish our reputation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few minor points of correction. First of all, it is absolutely ludicrous to associate this bill with the non-insurrection violent protest that occurred in Washington, D.C. That is absolutely ludicrous hyperbole. Second, I, as a moderator, open the ballots of my absentee voters. And I know their names, and I handle their ballots, and this process does exactly the same thing. There is no loss of privacy. The ballots are numbered. The only person that would possibly have that happen is the moderator if a ballot is challenged by the Secretary of State in this process. This is clean. This has been vetted by a justice, the Secretary of State, and the Assistant Secretary of State, who's now in office acting as the Secretary of State. The right to privacy is preserved in this bill. We worked very hard on making sure that happened. So that is a specious argument. The argument of violating people's rights. This protects the rights of legitimate voters, and we should violate the rights of those who vote illegitimately. They are corrupting the process. They are the ones who are defrauding the vote. They are the reason Senate Bill 43 was passed. They are the reason that there is still a huge interest in making sure that our elections are pure. They are not. The Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office are still investigating the 2020 verification letters that have not been returned. We still haven't, 230 people who voted in 2016 still haven't been found. This closes a loophole. It does not affect absentee ballots, does not affect college students. It affects people who try to defraud our voting system, and it does it very effectively. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 418. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, having served on the Select Committee appointed by Bill Gardner, I am a little bit stunned that any moderator who's opening the envelopes would actually read the ballot. That's a position of trust, and I don't know any moderators in my experience who would do that. Second of all, this is an issue of privacy, as this good senator from District 18 pointed out. Last week, we took away privacy on Social Security numbers with our driver's license. And this week, we're making it possible for someone to be identified exactly how they voted just because they didn't vote or because they did an affidavit. I think we have to be super careful about privacy. It's one of our core values in New Hampshire, and I'd like to be sure that we think twice before we do this again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Sherman. Senator Perkins Walker.
Mr. President, I also rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass as amended on 418. This bill continues to strike me as a solution in search of a problem. Our Secretary of State sat in election law and told us that we had fair and free elections that could be trusted. And so, the data backs that up. In 2016, over 6,000 people used the affidavit to vote. Of those, the SOS was able to prove the identity of all but 458, and of those the Attorney General investigated, they were able to identify all but 66. The AG has made clear that that doesn't mean these 66 people committed fraud, but could be subject to further investigation. So we're taking what we believe to be a fair and free system, and we're trying to change it in ways that are harmful. In addition to the concerns and very real problems that have already been outlined, I think Senator Sherman just touched on privacy. The procedures in this bill create the very real possibility that not only public officials, but also other members of the public could know who someone voted for. In a little town, if we were to announce one set of election results and then 10 days later announce a different result, and the difference was one vote, you could easily figure out who that vote was. No government official should be able to know who a person voted for, and that's exactly what this bill would enable. There's also some very clear constitutional concerns, which, we haven't discussed at length yet this morning. The state just spent over $5 million on the SB3 lawsuit. We just went through this. Passage of this bill is once again inviting a lawsuit that the state very well could lose, costing the state more taxpayer dollars. This law would undoubtedly be struck down as an unreasonable burden on the right to vote, just as SB3 was. The Secretary of State's office has long held the position that Article 32 of the Constitution requires that all votes be counted in one sitting on Election Day, and that the clerk make a record of that vote and send it to the Secretary of State within 5 days. SB 418 is unconstitutional because the final count would not be completed until 14 days after the election, in a huge reversal of state policy and interpretation of our state constitution. In addition, it has the practical effect of jeopardizing our status for the first in the nation primary. If we announce one result one night and a different result 10 days later, it's very unlikely we'll continue to be trusted with this important national responsibility. Furthermore, with the federal government peering over the state government peering over our shoulders as we cast ballots, this law could potentially cost New Hampshire its National Voter Registration Act exemption. The NVRA requires a continuous same-day registration scheme in order for a state to be exempted from the Act's requirements. Continuous meaning you have the same requirements when you register to vote as if you register same day. By changing the rules of our same-day voter registration process, we could easily lose this exemption, which could cost the state untold millions of dollars complying. Furthermore, the Secretary of State made clear in committee that he also sees the constitutional problems with this bill. In fact, at the hearing, he suggested that the court be asked for an opinion to determine whether this bill passes constitutional muster. To date, we have not received that opinion. So for the reasons I've just stated, as well as the reasons raised by my other colleagues here today, I please ask you to vote no on the motion of ought to pass as amended and leave our fair and free elections intact. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Cook. Senator Susie with a question.
Of the senator from District 21.
Senator Perkins Cook.
Senator, do you recall at the hearing when I specifically asked the Secretary of State about the UCAVA ballots and the fact that they look different? They take about 14 days to prepare. Do you recall him saying that this part of the bill probably needs work, otherwise the military vote would be disenfranchised?
I certainly do, Senator, and I don't remember that resolution ever coming to our committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak against the motion. I've been around here long enough to tell you that one of the things that inspired me to run for office was to get more people involved. I taught civics at the high school level. I taught the Secretary of State. He was my student. When I first got into this business, in order to register to vote, you either had to show your passport or your birth certificate. Passport or birth certificate. How many people in this room carry their birth certificate and their passport around with them on a daily basis? One out of 24. Two out of 24. Bad ratio. Well, we got a late filer. So we're going to have to check to make sure that he filed properly. So we got 3 out of 24. We improved the process. We constantly have been improving the process over the years, allowing people to vote. What makes a democracy work? It's participation in the process. It's the ability of people to participate in the process. People should take pride in voting. They should take pride in voting. When we start restriction after restriction after restriction as associated with the vote, people fear voting. They fear voting. Sometimes you have to sign this affidavit which says that you're punishable by a $1,000 fine and a year in jail if you improperly vote. What kind of a democracy is that? What are we telling people? What kind of message are we giving to people? If our goal in life is to get more people to participate in the process, if our goal is to make sure that they're free and fair elections, why, please the Lord, do we come up with restriction after restriction after restriction? Why do we do that? If our goal is to bring everybody in under the tent, to have 100% participation in the voting process, items like this discourage us from voting, discourage us from being productive members of the society. I ask my colleagues, think about that. Think about that. And think about this wonderful privilege you have to help people move in the process, to get people to vote and to represent them here. Let's think about that. And let's think about the positive things we can do to enhance the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in support of the bill as amended. Let's talk about cost. How do you quantify the cost to the parents of someone killed in a combat zone fighting to protect the freedom to vote? Compare that to a dollar value. Okay. This bill changes nothing of the required documentation to qualify to vote. Exactly what's in the law today remains, no change. So we're not making it more onerous. I will tell you, I have heard from many voters who said they will not vote again because the process is not whole. I have not heard from a single voter that ever told me I'm afraid to vote because I might have to qualify the fact that I'm eligible to vote. I would state to this body, Mr. President, that the right to vote is not an unqualified right. It does not exist for everybody that breathes. We have qualifications of age. We have qualifications of residency or domicile or whatever term you want to use. This is not an unqualified right. This bill protects the qualified voters, prevents the theft of their vote by someone who will come and have come to this state with that intent and purpose, as verified by the Attorney General's numbers, as verified by the fact that the Secretary of State agrees. I worked for hours with Bill Gardner and Dave Scanlon. Okay? I worked for hours with Bob Lynn. Okay? All of whom used their very best capabilities to craft this bill. Again, we are charged to protect the sanctity of the ballot. This bill closes a gaping loophole in our system, and one which, as I said before, has caused many people to tell me that they have given up hope and they are not going to bother to vote anymore. They want this system tight, as do we. I don't like gaping holes. I don't like the ability for those with wrong intentions to come and alter the outcomes of elections, many of which have been decided by one vote. This bill protects the people who sent us here. It protects their right to vote, and it is feared by those who do not want to legitimately vote. Please support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 418. A roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Guida. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guida.
Yes?
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Cont.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senator Whitley for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very pleased to welcome and introduce a fifth grade class from Beaver Meadow in Concord. Say hello, huh? Thank you for being here. You just witnessed an important part of our democracy, voting on voting. Thank you.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 382, an act relative to licensure requirements for telehealth services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 382 ought to pass. This bill clarifies licensure requirements for healthcare professionals providing services by means of telemedicine or telehealth. This bill is a small but important change that requires professionals licensed in other states to be licensed in New Hampshire while providing remote telehealth to patients located in New Hampshire. This allows local boards to maintain control over the licensure process and ensure that all professional standards are met. The ED&A Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 382 Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Senator Carson for amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to present to the body amendment number 1290S, and I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 1290S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. After the committee had the public hearing and exec on the bill, we started to get some email from folks that were very concerned about this because of during COVID, they had received telehealth, and many of them had gotten prescriptions from physicians that lived and practiced in other states, but under our current emergency orders, they were allowed to do that. So I wanted an opportunity to present an amendment that closes pretty much a loop when it comes to licensure, and that's what this amendment does. Just for the record, we last year extended the emergency order concerning licensure for 2 years. So if you are getting a prescription from a doctor out of state, it's going to be covered. One of the things I also discovered was that back in 2016, New Hampshire joined a medical compact. It was done by legislation, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. That compact, because I believe that this also helps folks understand this. Currently, there are 31 states that belong to the compact, and what it does is it makes it easier for doctors that live in another state but have patients that are here in New Hampshire to get reciprocal licensing. And the amendment, in my opinion, and I met with the Board of Medicine as well as Ms. Courtney, who heads OPLC, that this actually closes that loop and says that they're going to actually actively seek out physicians in other states that are not covered by the compact to see if they want to get reciprocal licensing for practicing medicine here in New Hampshire. And just an RSA that we have is RSA 329:21, that there are exemptions to our licensure for medical personnel. And one is when they're called in consultation by an individual licensed to practice in the state who bears the responsibility for the patient's diagnosis and treatment. They're not required to be licensed. And any physician residing on the border of a neighboring state and duly authorized under the laws thereto to practice medicine, therefore, those practices extend to the state. They don't all open an office or have a place that they regularly meet patients, which is exactly what happens with telehealth. They are not required to be licensed by the state of New Hampshire. So again, I believe this amendment that was presented by both the Board of Medicine and OPLC strengthens the bill and provides a path for reciprocal licensing for physicians that currently are not part of the compacts. And from what I understand, many states are dealing with the compact, and they have pending legislation. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1290S. Discussion? Senator Gaida.
President, thank you. I rise to thank my colleague from District 14. I've had tremendous amount of email and concern expressed over this bill. And I think she has typically more than adequately navigated the perils of licensure and telemedicine and so forth to produce a bill that's going to help physicians in our state, patients in our state, and improve the quality of health care for the citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gaida. Further discussion? Senator Bradley with a
Question,
question of
our friend from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that if I am a New Hampshire resident in New Hampshire and I have a physician in another state that is not part of this 31 state compact, all they have to do is get a reciprocal license, which under this amendment is going to be very straightforward and very easy to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1290S. You ready for the question? Roll call's been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Gaida. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. 24-0. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 382. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 267 FNA, an act establishing the Upland Invasive Species Program, Program Fund, and Program Coordinator in the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study, and Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the introduction to Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion and ask we reject it so that I can introduce a different motion.
Thank you, I think. The motion on the floor is refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 267. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. All but one listens. Senator Gaida for a motion.
Mr. President, I move ought to pass.
Senator Gaida moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that is definitely needed in the state as invasive species, bittersweet, Japanese knotweed are encroaching everywhere. Southern part of the state, northern part of the state. We have no coordinated program to deal with this. DOT deals with it in spots where it's relative to the highway system. Certain communities are trying to deal with it on their own. We don't even have a map of where this invasive species are in fact taking over and literally deforesting some of our forests. So we have established, working with the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Foods, this bill as a temporary stopgap to provide $150,000 to equip an employee over at Agriculture who is currently on his own managing to try to pull this all together. This stopgap $150,000 will allow this to continue to the next budget cycle, at which I would expect the commissioner to come in for a position full-time to deal with this growing problem. So I ask for your support for the bill, and thank you for your consideration.
Current motion is ought to pass. Senator Gaida offers floor amendment 1288S and may speak to his amendment if he'd like.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I just did.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1288S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 303 FN, an act relative to the reimbursement of sheriff's offices for prisoner custody and control and relative to the employment classification of certain state police officials. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 303 FN ought to pass with amendment. The bill requires the judicial branch to reimburse the sheriff's office at the rate provided in the collective bargaining agreement applicable to per diem court security officers for court security and prisoner custody and control. SB 303 FN also sought to revise the labor grade and employment classification for the colonel, executive major, and majors of the state police. Committee members amended the bill by deleting Section 2 pertaining to the ranks of the state police. A proposal to modify ranks and salary ranges would be reviewed by the Joint Committee on Employee Classifications in the case of an unclassified position. For a classified position, the Department of Administrative Services, Division of Personnel, would undertake a desk audit. Neither method requires legislation. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 303 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 303. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 361 FN, an act requiring the bail commissioners be reimbursed for mileage traveled in their performance of their duties. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 361 FN ought to pass. This bill allows bail commissioners to be entitled to receive mileage for the number of round-trip miles traveled while in performance of their official duties. This is in addition to their required fee of $40 per case. The bill has no state or local impact as the fees are paid by the defendant. If the defendant is indigent, the fee and mileage shall be waived. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 361 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 361. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 363 FN, an act relative to service credit for certain Group 2 retirement eligibility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 363 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows certain retirement system members to purchase non-qualified service time as Group 2 creditable service in order to reduce certain transitional privileges required for retirement. The amendment narrowed the eligibility for a regular service retirement to the provisions minimum age of 45 with a minimum of 20 years of credible service. There is no cost on the local level as the individual is responsible for buying the service credit in a lump sum payment. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 363 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 363. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate is in Come out of recess. Without objection, will special order Senate Bill 376 to the very end of the calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Ah, my glasses. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 379 FN, an act establishing the Solid Waste Management Fund and establishing the Solid Waste Disposal Surcharge. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 379 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a state solid waste management fund to be administered by the Department of Environmental Services and authorizes the department to solicit federal funds for the fund's purposes. Senate Bill 379 FN provides no initial appropriation or transfer of funds. There is little financial impact on other than administering of funds from anticipated EPA grants for solid waste and recycling. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 379 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 379. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. And it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 380 FN, an act relative to solid waste rules and landfill containment tests. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 380 FN ought to pass. This bill adds duties to the Solid Waste Working Group established under RSA 149-M:61. It is not expected to impact state revenues or expenditures. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 380 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 380. You ready for the question? Senator Hennessy asks for a roll call. Senator Gaida seconds. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Cont.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24-0. The ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 401 FN, an act relative to Medicaid reimbursement rates for the hospital birthing services relative to an impact study of birthing service closures on rural communities, and establishing a committee to study actions necessary for preserving access to labor and delivery services in rural New Hampshire communities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
The chair rules that sections of this amendment are non-germane. Without objection, Senate Rule 3-17 is suspended to allow consideration of the non-germane amendment. For those that are just getting here this year, we used to use this statement an awful lot. We stopped doing it probably 3 or 4 years ago. Anyhow, I don't see where there's an objection after listening to everyone in the last day, but Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize I'm non-germane, but I'll fit. I'll fit into the picture. Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 401FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill sought to increase the Medicare reimbursement rate for hospital birthing services, directed by the Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs to secure funding for an impact study of birthing services closures on rural communities, and establish a commission to study the actions necessary for preserving access to labor and delivery services in rural New Hampshire communities. After lengthy discussion, the committee members agreed to take language from SB 401FN regarding the Medicaid reimbursement rates for hospital birthing services and attach it to Senate Bill 430 FNA relative to health and human services. This enabled the committee to turn Senate Bill 401FN into a property tax relief bill due to exceptionally strong state revenues. State bridge aid amounting to $36 million and $30 million for local highway aid are now being appropriated to the Department of Transportation. An additional $1 million is also appropriated to the body worn and dashboard camera fund established in RSA 105-D:3. The governor is authorized to draw a warrant for each of these three appropriations out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 401FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator? Question? Any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer Senate Amendment 1293S. Senate Bill 19, and I wish to speak to my amendment.
Senator D'Alessandro offers floor amendment 1293S and may speak to his amendment.
This amendment just allows the highway surveillance program to add their cameras to operate on its entire fleet. There's no cost. It's paid for by the highway fund, but it allows for them to add the cameras to all of the vehicles in their fleet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1293. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. Senator Cont with a question.
I think I'll ask this question of a senator from District 20.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes, certainly.
Senator, I hope I'm not catching you off guard on this one, but by moving these dollars to the body dash cam fund, they are non-lapsing because they reside in the fund. Therefore, we don't need that kind of language in the amendment.
I guess I really don't understand your question. If I could say that the money appropriated goes to the fund that exists, it adds an additional $1 million, and the Department of Safety through the Commissioner's Office will distribute that money based on the applications from the individual communities. Yes, that's for sure. That's the way it's going to run. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'll just to clarify one additional point, Mr. President. One more question.
Sure.
Therefore, if the grant application process requires for those awards to be after July 1st of 2022, these dollars will be available for those awards.
To answer your question, to the best of my knowledge, that's correct. So it'll be a non-lapsing fund.
Thank you. You're welcome.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 401. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank you because you're the brainchild behind much of what's in this bill. Many long discussions that the two of us had, oftentimes over the phone. I note that I was supposed to pay for lunch today because of my violation of the phone policy on the floor. Of course, I never call you on the floor when you're up there and I'm down here. I know I should be paying for lunch, though. But thank you for all the conversations we've had. I also want to thank the Finance Committee that moved the bill that I originally submitted, which helps hospitals provide live births with a greater Medicaid reimbursement rate, which for many areas of the state is a real problem, moved that lock, stock, and barrel into Senate Bill 430. So that provision is in Senate Bill 430, and I want to thank the Finance Committee and all of the members for doing that. But I also want to discuss why we're able to do what we're doing in the committee-passed amendment and now the amendment that all of us adopted. We're able to do it because, as John F. Kennedy once said, a rising tide lifts all boats. We have a strong economy that's producing record revenue. And it's producing record revenue because we've done things in this building to grow the economy. We have made New Hampshire a lot more competitive vis-a-vis the 49 other states on business taxes. And as we've done that, we have grown record business revenue. It's an amazing thing. You grow the economy, you lift all boats. We have also done things like lower workers' compensation costs, something that was bipartisan several years ago in this body, and it moved to the other body. And we've had a number of years in a row of lower workers' compensation costs. Two of the biggest cost items for businesses in the state. We have to look at affordable housing. We have to look at other things to continue to grow the economy, but the fact that we are in the position today, and I hope that all 24 of us, and I suspect we will come together, which is a good thing, to protect property taxpayers around the state with the revenue that a strong economy has produced. But it's not just the $30 million for roads or the $36 million for bridges and the $1 million for body cameras that we have done. I think it's important to remember what we've done in the past couple of weeks, that we've allocated money that will help local communities. Our friend from District 1's bill that provides extraordinary grant relief for schools, in particular the ones that are the hardest hit. That's great. And with a growing economy, we get to continue to do that. We have funded, again, thank you, Mr. President, wastewater treatment facilities, something that should be a priority for all of us. We have dedicated more revenue to nursing homes on top of what we're doing today. I think it's also important when we talk about property tax relief to talk about the things that we did last year in the budget. You're probably all getting the same letters I'm getting about Senator, my friend from District 9's bill, from communities that are concerned we're going to cut the rooms and meals tax and they're going to be aced out of the property tax relief that we all provided for them last year with Senate Bill 99. Again, our friend from District 9, take a bow. A growing economy makes that possible. We dedicated $29 million to county nursing homes in the budget last year. We increased education funding by $102 million. $67 million of it was education funding for the COVID enrollment fix. Our friend from District 19 sponsored that. And $30 million in building aid to local school districts. And we cut the statewide property tax by $100 million. For those of us that represent the so-called donor towns, that was property tax relief for folks in the seacoast, in the lakes region, and in the mountains, and in areas of the state that don't get as much education aid. A growing economy is a great thing. Let's always remember that. We're going to have some debates about in the future how to continue that. And I'd just like to think that given the success that we've had in the journey that, Mr. President, you and I and others took on, I think it was in 2015 when we first started to lower our business taxes, that were the 48th worst in the country. And we are now making significant progress in getting that down so we're more competitive. I'd like to think that we can come together and support our small businesses and our larger businesses yet again, because that will enable us to do the things that we're going to do right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 401. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Bertzel. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24-0. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 402 FN, an act granting disaster relief for two presidentially declared disasters in response to July and August 2021 flood damage sustained by communities in Cheshire and Sullivan counties. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 402 be re-referred to interim study. This bill provides matching funds from the state for Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, public assistance disaster grants, and hazard mitigation grant program resulting from two presidential disaster declarations in response to the July and August 2021 flood damage sustained by communities in Cheshire and Sullivan counties. Fallon Reed, Chief of Mitigation and Recovery for New Hampshire Homeland Security and Emergency Management, informed committee members that the cost share for FEMA disasters from January 2020 through December 2021 has been determined to be 90 and 10% split, setting local municipalities' cost share at 10% rather than the anticipated 25%. Chief Reed also indicated they are still unable to develop a final number. Committee members were reminded that the goal of this bill is to cover the 10% for the communities. After considering and defeating differing motions, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 402 be referred to interim study. However, an amendment to the bill is now being offered by Senator Morse, and the committee asks for your support in turning down the interim study motion to enable discussion of the proposed amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on Senate Bill 402. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, say no. Can only vote once, Senator Gaeta. Senator Bradley for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Senator Bradley moves on to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Daniels, can you bring out an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1267S.
Senator Daniels offers floor amendment 1267S and may speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does, when the President of the United States or the governor declare a state of emergency, then and a municipality has applied for emergency assistance from FEMA, the governor, with the approval of the fiscal committee of the general court and the executive council, may approve disbursement of financial assistance to those affected communities. I would ask for your support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1267S. Senator Cont.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank you and Senator Daniels for bringing forward the amendment. I've listened to your debate in the Finance Committee. It's disappointing that 8 months after these filings have been gathered by our emergency Homeland Security and Emergency Management team, that we're still waiting to find out how much of the requested mitigation is going to be supported. But it's a lengthy process, and we're all learning as we go through this, because it doesn't happen that often, hopefully not this summer, but if it does, this bill puts something in place that would help future disasters. But let me speak to the one that caused, or the two that caused this legislation to be brought forward. This last year, there were 2 severe storms in July that affected Cheshire and Sullivan counties. These storms don't know our geographic, these storms do not know our political boundaries. In fact, the Cold River that was the source of a flood in Alstead in 2006 that led to significant mitigation from the state and funding is the same river that affected Ackworth in this session. Ackworth's not in my district. It is in my colleague from District 8. But it is important to send a message to these towns that were severely affected. There were 29 different claims filed for 21 different towns. And what's important and why I want to rise and not just say this is a good place to land, because we don't know how much is going to be required in a match by the state or the local communities. What's important is a fairness doctrine, and that we treat all of the towns affected by these storms in a similar way. Otherwise, we lead to a political process as to who can get to the governor first. And that's not fair. It's not right. And I hope that that our intention here today is to establish a fairness principle. That the 21 towns affected by these 2 storms will all be treated in a similar manner, with their projects being mitigated in the state match with whatever state funding percentage share is necessary for the highest damage in any town to the lowest damage in any town. It's sending a consistent message. I think that's really important. if I have that understanding wrong, if somebody believes that this is going to be a onesie twosie kinds of thing, I hope you'll speak to it. Because that's not why I'm voting in favor of this. I'm voting in favor of this because it's establishing a fairness principle and allowing a fast track that when we know these figures and we're not in session, that there's a means for funding, providing assistance to these towns that have been affected by this storm, by these storms. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion? No further discussion? I'm not stepping down to answer the question, but I think the Finance Committee understands the issue, so. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 402. Did I do the amendment? Okay. Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1267S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 402. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 403 FNA, an act reestablishing the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, the WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-3. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 403 FN be re-referred to interim study. This bill would establish a New Hampshire Farmers Market Program for participants in the Women, Infants, and Children, or WIC, nutrition program. The program would supply locally grown fresh produce to WIC participants through the distribution of vouchers redeemable at designated New Hampshire farmers markets. Senate Bill 403 contains a non-lapsing general fund fiscal year 23 appropriation of $300,000 for this purpose. Per the Department of Health and Human Services, the program may be eligible for matching funds. Rather than reestablishing a program not in operation for years, committee members suggested modifying the regulations of current farmers markets and/or the current WIC program to enable low-income families to purchase discounted, fresh, healthy, local fruits and vegetables with the disbursements they currently receive through WIC, rather than through an additional appropriation. Therefore, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 403 be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of interim study. This bipartisan bill, my friend from District 3 and 19 are co-sponsors. This passed the Senate Health and Human Services with a 5-0 vote and the full Senate on the consent calendar. So as we heard, 403 establishes the farmers market program in WIC, in the WIC statute. And so for a quick refresher, WIC provides food, supplemental foods, but it also provides healthcare referrals, nutrition education, including breastfeeding support to low-income pregnant and postpartum women and to young children who are found to be at nutritional risk. The WIC Farmers Market established in statute in this bill will supply fresh produce to our WIC participants through our farmers markets. So I think it's important to note that in addition to improved nutrition, there's also an added benefit to this program for an increased demand for our delicious and nutritious New Hampshire grown produce at our farmers markets. So in the communities I represent, our farmers markets are central to our local economies and a weekly gathering place to greet your neighbors. I, like many of you, have many incredible family-owned farms in my district that add so much to our community. So reestablishing the WIC Farmers Market program that was removed 10 years ago, it also, I think it's important to point out, it builds on this widespread support we had last session for the SNAP Farmers Market program that we included in the budget and added in statute. So this is a policy that, again, has broad bipartisan support because it's a triple win for New Hampshire. It boosts the local economy, you have the health benefits for fresh fruits and vegetables, also new opportunities for our local farmers to sell their produce. So I just wanted to make a little clarification about the funding for this. Just like the SNAP program, food benefits and WIC are matched 100% by federal dollars. So a very modest state investment will allow the state to draw down these federal dollars to, of course, broaden access, put those dollars into the community, but there is a state match required for the administrative side of the program. Again, federal fund supports 100% of the food cost and 70% of the admin costs. So a tiny investment has a big bang for your buck. So this bill supports, I think it's also important to note, this bill supports the fact that everyone should have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. It shouldn't be reserved to just a few people. And so it would reduce this disparity. So I urge my colleagues to vote down the interim study so I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Any further discussion? Senator Susie.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to the interim study motion, so would ask my colleagues to vote it down so that we might offer an ought to pass motion. You've already heard the benefits of the program from my colleague in District 18, but I think it's important to clarify that the WIC program is different than the SNAP program. I think there might have been some conflation of the two. Some of my colleagues probably remember the legislation which allowed the use of SNAP benefits for our local farmers markets. This bill would extend that nutritional assistance to the WIC program. The program would benefit not only women and children who utilize those benefits, but it really does have an important benefit for our farmers markets around the state. We've been entertaining a lot of legislation to try to fortify and assist our farmers markets. This is another really important way to benefit them and to ensure more healthy nutrition for the participants in the WIC program. So I'd strongly encourage you to just vote down the interim study so that we could offer another motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 403. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The referred interim study motion has been defeated.
At this time, I would like to move ought to pass on Senate Bill 403.
Senator Susie offers the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 403. Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Senator Susie.
And could I request a 2-minute recess, please?
Senator Susie, we have one bill that I believe the motion is going to be tabled, and then we'll go into lunch.
And that's the issue we need to discuss before it's done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Do you want the recess? Yes. Okay. We'll come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 415 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services for the purpose of increasing rates paid to homeless shelters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 3. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 415 FNA, inexpedient to legislate. This bill appropriates $9 million in fiscal year 2022 and $9 million in fiscal year 2023 for the purpose of increasing rates paid to homeless shelters. It was suggested discretionary funds appropriated in the ARPA Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or any other federal funds be used for this purpose, and that the Department of Health and Human Services expand those federal funds. However, this funding versus source is one-time money, and this bill would create an expectation of $18 million in additional general fund funding for an ongoing program in the next state budget. As a state, we require municipalities to bear the cost of homeless support. Noted during the committee discussion was the fact that neither the current budgeted funding nor this bill address the cost municipalities bear that do not have access to homeless shelters. Many small towns in our state do not have access to established shelters and must pay to put residents experiencing homelessness up in expensive motels. The local taxpayer bears the full cost of this without state support. As a state, we should look at how we support individuals experiencing homelessness in our next budget to ensure we are helping all Granite Staters. The Senate Finance Committee recommends SB 415 FNA be found inexpedient to legislate and ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
President, I rise in opposition to the committee report and ask we overturn the ITL so that a floor amendment may be introduced. We are all aware that New Hampshire has a significant homeless problem throughout the state. This problem, which affects thousands of men, women, and even children, is an economic problem, a public safety problem, a public health problem, and it also represents a moral failure on our part as we do not fund it properly. It's a moral failure on the part of the legislature because not only did we not budget the funds requested by the department as a prioritized need, we actually reduced shelter funding from the previous budget by nearly $2 million. The result is fewer shelter beds this year than in previous years. And there are homeless and domestic violence shelters all over New Hampshire. And increasing the rates was a key recommendation of the governor's task force on housing stability. Our moral failure to fund these places adequately harms some of the most vulnerable among us, those with serious mental illness, alcoholism, drug use, women fleeing unsafe living situations with children, and people just plain unlucky, having lost a job and having no resources. But our failure to hold open a door for these thousands of individuals makes our communities less safe as well. And that makes our collective failure one that affects all of us and all of our communities. I ask my colleagues to overturn the ITL so that our friend from District 2 may introduce a floor amendment to help correct the error. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Bradley.
Move to table Senate Bill 415.
The motion is to table. All in favor, say aye. Roll call has been requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. We're voting on the tabling motion. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Cont.
Emphatically
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald,
No.
Senator Carson,
Yes.
Senator Whitley,
No.
Senator Kavanaugh,
No?
Senator Reagan,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
No.
Senator Birdsell,
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro,
No.
Senator Perkins Coca,
No.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
Senator Sherman,
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. Tabling motion passes 13 to 11. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 417 FN, an act establishing an electric school bus pilot program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 417 FN be referred to interim study. This bill establishes an electronic school bus pilot program within the Department of Environmental Services. Investor-owned utility companies, electric vehicle charging equipment companies, municipalities that operate school buses, and school bus companies contracted for services by a New Hampshire school district would qualify for the program. DES may allocate funding from the New Hampshire Volkswagen Mitigation Trust for this program. Some committee members felt that we were getting ahead of ourselves with this proposal. With the current supply chain difficulties, the problematic nature of lithium batteries, electric infrastructure, other criteria regarding required space and additional personnel could be resolved in further study of the proposal. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 417 be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to the interim study. Understand that DES is going to be doing this program anyway. So what this amendment does is allow to put guardrails around what DES can and cannot do. This bill was amended to ensure that there were guardrails put around. For instance, it requires that the funded buses to comply with recommendations from the National Transportation Safety Board relative to the student transportation. We did a little bit of background work on it, and we found that many of these buses do not have heat because there's so much energy expensed in the electric batteries. So one of the issues in the amendment is to make sure that there is heat allowed for the students. It's limited to just the number of buses that the program can afford. Right now, in the VW mitigation fund, there's $1,012,050 in the fund. So there would only be allowed the number of buses. The only number of buses would be allowed is what they could afford, and that includes the charging stations. It also provides training for the use of the equipment and facilities for those that are going to be using it. And again, I let you know that DES is going to be doing this program anyway. That's what they told the good senator from District 4. So all this does is put some guardrails around what they can do, what they can't do. So I hope that you can overturn the interim study so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Avard.
Mr. President, I just want to echo the sentiments of the senator from District 19. This went before our committee, and I believe it was on consent, and I just think it sets the guardrails, as she said. So I just, as Chair of Energy, I just want to let you know that I put my support behind the bill and support the senator's comments. Thank you.
Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 417. Senator Waters.
Mr. President, I just wanted to thank the Chair of Transportation and my colleagues on Transportation. I think I probably just dropped the ball a little bit in providing more information to the Finance Committee, and I think that the bill was meant to ensure that we spent the money that the governor wants us to spend on this program in an efficient and effective way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Any further discussion? Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 417. A roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Susie. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Cont.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The referred interim study motion is defeated 4-20. Senator Waters moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass in Senate Bill 417. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 421, an act relative to dual and concurrent enrollment for career and technical education center students. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 421 ought to pass with amendment. This bill clarifies the time of payment and the participation by non-public schools in the dual and concurrent enrollment program of the community college system of New Hampshire. The committee amended Senate Bill 421 to add an annual reporting requirement on this program to the Department of Education. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 421 as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 421. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 425 FN, an act relative to the establishment of an election information portal. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 425 FN ought to pass. This legislation would authorize the design, creation, and implementation of an election information portal that would allow authorized citizens to complete a new voter application, request an absentee ballot, and request changes to the statewide centralized voter registration database. The Department of Information Technology will spearhead the necessary professional services, manage and maintain the program, and provide ongoing technical and user support. Necessary data interfaces with the Division of Motor Vehicles will need to be developed to validate and/or update information as needed. Given the recent dramatic increase in fraudulent online activities, it will be important to provide top-tier identity and access management capabilities for this portal. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 425 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 425. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 430 FNA, an act relative to Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 430 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill makes a variety of changes to laws governing the Department of Health and Human Services. And committee members discussed a number of additional proposed changes to the bill and agreed to the following amendments. We added the House and Senate Finance Committees to the distribution list of the detailed report of the pilot program for individuals with developmental disabilities. It revises the department's authority to recover unauthorized payments by the state. It allows for alternative service of process under RSA 169C when a child's parent cannot be located. It establishes 6 full-time unclassified positions in the Division for Behavioral Health Services at Hampstead Hospital, and the existing 6 non-classified positions recently approved by the Fiscal Committee will be transferred to these 6 newly established unclassified positions, and then the department shall eliminate the 6 non-classified positions. And I'd be happy to talk about that in the hallway afterwards. We clarified language to establish and provide preventative health care benefits under the state Medicaid program. We referenced federal law on the look-back period for Medicaid eligibility for long-term care. And finally, we require the department to increase the Medicaid reimbursement rate for facility-based birthing services provided at hospitals by 25% in the aggregate. And we appropriated $2.4 million of general funds for fiscal year 2023 for this purpose. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 430 FNA as amended, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Hennessy?
Before I speak, I just want to remind everyone, I am a board member of a critical access hospital in my town, LRH. I want to thank my committee members for adding the intent of 401, which was to increase Medicaid reimbursement rates for Medicaid labor and delivery services into this bill. This is a very important bill. I want to thank the senator from District 3 for sponsoring that bill. Will make a huge difference in a lot of women's lives, attract more women to come to New Hampshire, young women who are going to be having children. Right now, if you live north of Plymouth in our state, you can only have a baby at 2 of the 5 hospitals. 2 of the 5 hospitals offer labor and delivery services. This is a critical amendment to this bill that will provide additional funding to these hospitals to make sure that they keep their labor and delivery services open to the women in our community that need it the most. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 430. Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 431 FN, an act relative to child support in cases with equal or approximately equal parenting schedules. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 431 FN ought to pass. This bill makes a variety of changes to the state's child support guidelines and adjustment process with respect to cases involving equal or approximately equal parenting schedules. S. Bill 431 FN provides a formula for the courts to use to calculate the child support obligation based on both parents' income. and determine the parental support obligation for each parent. These changes may have an effect of reducing the amount of child support that is awarded. Any decreases in child support may result in more families needing aid through the state assistance programs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 431 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 431. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. One in every crowd. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 434 FN, an act relative to the reduction in the calculation of state retirement annuities at age 65. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 434 be referred to interim study. This bill provides for the application of the statutory recalculation of a Group 1 retiree's annuity at the member's full retirement age under the federal Social Security system, rather than at age 65. Based on the provisions of Senate Bill 434, the New Hampshire Retirement System's independent actuary projects an increase in the unfunded actuarial accrued liability of $44 million. A majority of committee members felt they had insufficient information to fully understand the impact on the retirement system, the long-term impact of paying off the unfunded pension liability of the state, and the impact on the local property tax, which took a big hit this year because of community commitments to pay toward the unfunded pension liability. The Senate Finance Committee therefore recommends Senate Bill 434 be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored. I rise to speak against the recommendation of an interim study. This bill would change the service retirement benefit reduction age for Group 1 employees from age 65 to the member's full retirement age for Social Security. Currently, when a member turns 65, they receive a 10% reduction in their benefit. A $30,000 pension, for example, becomes a $27,000 benefit at age 65. Changing the language to the member's full retirement age for Social Security would fix that reduction. Now that the age of Social Security has risen to 67, Group 1 members are still getting hit with a reduction even without receiving Social Security. The intent of this bill has been to connect the 10% reduction to the age in which the member will begin to collect Social Security. So while they are still hit with a 10% reduction, they will receive their Social Security at the same time to offset that reduction. This bill came out of committee 5-0, was placed on the consent calendar, where it passed this full Senate unanimously. And now Finance wants to kill it. This was also sponsored, 4 out of the 6 sponsors were Republican on this bill. This is something that is helping retirees that work so hard for the state. Now is our time to fix this. Another part of this, we all speak so highly of the staff at the State House. They make sure we are prepared. They make sure we know our schedule and keep us on time. They make us look good, and that is not easy. Maybe for some of us. All of these employees are Group 1 members, and I just want to make sure we can explain to them our vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I also rise to oppose the motion. We have a serious workforce problem. We have a 20% vacancy rate in state government. and some departments, the rate is as high as 45%. We make promises to the people of New Hampshire that critical programs are funded and available, but then we can't find the people to staff those programs. And the cities and towns are in the same boat. Finding and keeping employees is hard. One of the reasons people do stay with public sector jobs is the benefits. The reduction of the annuity for Group 1 retirees has been a problem since the full Social Security retirement age was raised starting more than 20 years ago. For someone retiring now, their pension decreases significantly for 2 years before they're able to draw expanded federal benefits. That's a real problem for Group 1 retirees. And because so many Group 1 members are teachers, not passing this bill will disproportionately impact older women. The fiscal note on this bill indicates an annual cost for state and local governments of $5 million, but that's calculated on an assumed rate of return of 6.75%. Last year, the rate of return was over 29%. And for the 3 years prior, it was over 9%. So therefore, the real cost would be significantly lower than was stated in the fiscal note. We need to do a much better job of recruiting and retaining our public sector workforce. This bill is a good step, and I hope my colleagues will overturn the interim study. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise against the motion and offer these comments. I'm following eloquent iterations by two senators, and I'll try to add to that. I'll try to embellish them to some extent. The old retirement age of 65 no longer exists. Federal government has raised it to 67. I used to think 65 was a pretty good number until I turned 65. Okay, then I said, gee, I got the most magnificent iteration from a female state employee who's been with the state for 34 years. And I must say, I want to keep her. She's bright, she's articulate, and writes very, very, very well. And she made it quite clear. She is getting the shaft because her retirement isn't at 65, it's at 67. Think of that. Most teachers, and I say I taught for a while, never understood that when they turned 65, their pension was decreased by 10% because they would then collect Social Security. Not the case anymore. The retirement age is 67. So what do you lose? You lose 10% of your retirement. If your retirement is $500 a month, if they take away $500 a month, think of that. Over the course of the 2 years between 65 and 67, you lose $500 a month. That's $6,000 a year. That's $12,000 that you're giving away and not getting anything in return. Bad deal, right, Senator? I can see it in your eyes. Bad deal. You're not taking that deal. I'm not taking that deal. Why should Group 1 state employees, the majority of whom are women, why should they take that deal? That's a bad deal. And when they signed up for the original deal. The original deal was at 65 you'd retire, at 65 you'd get to Social Security, and at 65 they would reduce your pension. Can't keep changing these deals in midstream. I think the senator from District 3 will give us a brilliant iteration on changing deals. I will await that. I will await that. But a deal is a deal. And why should people suffer? You know, if you're thinking about your retirement, you've planned for your retirement, you've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort. We've got to be fair. We've got to be fair. I don't think anybody in this room is against fairness. And it seems to me we should all be thinking about that in terms of the population we serve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. When looking at this bill as part of the Finance Committee, you look at the fiscal note, And you also consider all of any emails from your constituents you get. I did not get one email from a constituent that asked me to raise their property taxes so we could pass this bill. This bill raises local property taxes to pay for this. If we want to do this, we need to think of it in a budget year and also when we have an outreach to our communities. In the past, I forget what year it was, we passed a COLA in this body. I wasn't part of it then. And then unfortunately, the timing of the valuation of the retirement system coincided with that. It was extremely expensive for our local communities, for our taxpayers, and this will hit them as well. And yes, to the senator from District 13's point, the retirement system is doing very well right now, but there will come a time, probably very soon, that it will be in a negative return. And when you have a negative return, you have to offset it with some positive returns sometimes. You can't count on 9% or 23% or whatever the rate was that she said. This is a local property tax impact bill, and for that reason, I cannot support it.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleague from Senate District 4 reminded me of the time that both he and I sat on the Decennial Commission concerning the retirement system, and this was one of the recommendations from the Decennial Commission, that it was an issue that needed to be corrected. And because of that, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro to speak again.
Quickly, thank you, Mr. President. If I hear property tax again, I guess my stomach is going to erupt. What about teachers? They teach. When you hire them and you offer them a retirement plan, you're supposed to stand by it. And you understand that if you want them and you want them to do the job, the benefit package that you offered is what you offered. Why should there not be a change? Everything affects property taxes around here. Everything. Does that mean we can't do anything? I am getting so disgusted with this. I'm telling you, I've had it. Is there anything that we do that doesn't affect property tax? We reduce taxes because it affects property tax. We do this because it affects property tax. What about the effect on human beings? Do we ever consider that? Do we ever consider reducing your pension by 10% hurts you, hurts an individual? That individual, by the way, pays property tax. They all pay property tax. Let's think about the big picture. Let's think about the body. Let's think about people. And let's think about what people deserve that they signed up for. The retirement age when they signed up was 65. The government has changed that to 67. They had no input in that. Life expectancy had an input in that. So what do you want to say, die earlier? I'm telling you, there are certain things that bother me. This really irritates me. Really irritates me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's several things that irritate me also, and that is overstating what the effect is. First of all, was it the state government that changed what the retirement system and Social Security is? No. Can they draw a retirement at 62? Yes. Can they draw a retirement at 65? Yes. The people understand what the rules are when they retire. So who should pay for that difference? The state should pay for the difference, is from what I'm hearing. Why? Federal government is the one that did it. Should it be a shared responsibility between the state and the employer? Well, I don't know about that either. But to say that the state did something, that's not right. It's not true. Those people, when I retired, I knew what the rules were. I knew exactly what I was going to get, exactly when I was going to get it, and I budgeted my income based on that. And I don't think that the state has any obligation other than that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. It's interesting. Just before lunch, we had a great 24-0 vote on reducing property taxes with Senator Morse's amendment, the president's amendment and mine. But here we are back trying to say this amendment doesn't affect property taxes. I just want to go from the hearing report, and in fact, I'll just read it. GRS Consulting, that's our actuary, and the New Hampshire Retirement System's independent actuary estimates that this bill would increase employer contributions. So that is schools, towns, the state, for Group 1, by 0.19% of covered payroll for employees and 0.22% of covered payroll for teachers in fiscal year 2024 and thereafter. So, when it's schools, when it's counties, when it's municipalities, that money comes from somewhere. It comes from property taxpayers. And it further goes on to say, this bill would increase the unfunded actuarial accrued liability by $44 million, a 0.2% decrease in the funded ratio. Now, we've worked long and hard in this room to try to put our retirement system on a sound footing. We had to make some tough changes. I'm not going to say that they weren't difficult. They were difficult for all of us, whether we voted for them or not, whether we were in the retirement system or not. But they had to be made because of the fact that our pension system was dangerously underfunded. It is now in the process of correcting itself. Measures like this undermine the correction and will have an adverse impact on property taxpayers. That's the facts of the matter. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge that we support the Finance Committee's motion of interim study and vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Daniel.
President, I appreciate the remarks that have been made regarding us being sensitive to humanity. But there's a part of humanity we seem to forget, and that's our children, their children, and their children, and their children. Because this debt with the unfunded pension liability has become so big that we're not going to pay it off, not in our generation. Probably not in 2 or 3 generations going forward. But yet we come in here, we spend all kind of money without consideration about passing the debt on. Thomas Jefferson said that each generation should take care of their own debt. We're far beyond that. But I think it's time that we start giving some consideration to those who are ultimately going to have to pay the bill on this. And that's our grandchildren and their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daniel. Senator Waters with a question of.
Yes, for the senator from District 20, please.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yeah, so thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So isn't it the case that what we did in a 30-year amortization plan for the pension system was set up a program that within 30 years we would be 100% funding, and in fact, isn't it also the case we're approaching the point where we've been so successful in this that the amount that is put onto the cities and towns and the payrolls is actually going to start decreasing pretty soon? Is that the case?
That's the case, Senator.
Thank you.
The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on Senate Bill 434. Further discussion. Roll call by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of referred interim study is adopted 13-11. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 438 FNL, an act establishing state procurement policies intended to promote the use of American materials. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 438 FN local ought to pass. This bill establishes the requirement as well as waiver and fraud processes for the use of American-made steel products in all public work projects where the state administers the contract and the contract involves at least $1 million state dollars. Cost impacts of using U.S. manufactured iron, steel, and manufactured goods is difficult to determine due to wide-ranging price fluctuations for these goods, supply chain shortages, and U.S. imposed tariffs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 438 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 438. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 442 FN, an act relative to the suspension of vehicle registration as a result of evading toll collection systems. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Blood pressure's down. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 442 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill seeks to suspend an owner's vehicle registration privileges for a vehicle driven in violation of RSA 236:31 until any unpaid tolls and administrative fees are paid. Since Senate Bill 442 FN seeks to prevent said vehicle from being sold or ownership transferred until any unpaid tolls or fees are paid. The Department of Transportation suggested the bill be amended to state the prohibition on transfer of title be limited to family members, which has been the common method employed to avoid toll collection throughout the Division of Motor Vehicles hold process. The Department of Safety agreed and further suggested the prohibition on transfer of title could also apply to individuals listed at the same address per DMV records. Committee members voted to amend the bill by incorporating these two changes. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 442 FN as amended and asks your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 442. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which it was referred, Senate Bill 443 FN, an act relative to municipal authority regarding the state building code. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald was awful disappointed you stood up in front of him. Senate is in recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 443 FN, an act relative to municipal authority regarding the state building code. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that will be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 443 FN be referred for interim study. This bill requires the Building Code Review Board to approve local amendments to the state building code prior to their adoption and enforcement, and requires the board to maintain and publish a catalog of local amendments to the state building code and state fire code. Senate Bill 443 FN further prohibits municipalities from imposing a fee to appeal the decision of a code compliance official. The Department of Safety stated the bill would require additional work within the Division of Fire Safety and would necessitate additional hiring. However, Senate Bill 443 FN provides neither authorization nor appropriation for new personnel. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 443 FN be referred for interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to overturn the interim study motion so that I might offer an ought to pass motion. This bill is the result of a study committee that was chartered, I believe, in 2018. Myself, my colleague from District 2, as well as the chair, the current chair of House ED&A, served on that particular commission. One of the things that we kept running into was the fact that the legislature just had a really, really hard time in passing building codes. We were horribly out of date. We were years behind. And that has a big impact on people. Because if your codes are not up to date, you're going to be paying more in insurances, the insurance cost. So we had to try to come up with something that was going to make it easier for us to deal with these codes. So this is what is really behind this bill. And this was, we heard it in ED&A a little over 2 years ago. It passed. Unfortunately, it got grouped into one of the big omnibus bills, and the House did not accept it and killed it. So I was asked to bring this forward again. And there's a couple of points I'd like to make with this bill. First of all, it clarifies that the issuance of a permit or collection of fees shall not be considered as an amendment to the building code. There was a lot of confusion about these codes, believe it or not. Second of all, that no fee is required to appeal a notice of a violation or other decision of a code official. Third, statewide amendments to the Building Code Review Board, they are reviewed and approved by the board, then they're submitted to the legislature before becoming effective. This is something that it was kind of difficult to get everyone to agree to, but they did. And for the first time this year, both the Fire Code Board as well as the statewide Building Review Board worked together on these amendments to bring them forward to the legislature. And they are currently in the House, and we will be getting them. Fourth, the board shall review a newer version of the code that has been published for 2 years. We are currently 2 years behind. We just adopted the 2018 codes with amendments. And so they're already starting to work on the 2020 codes. So we will not consistently be out of date. We will be on a 2-year cycle. One of the most important parts of this legislation was municipal amendments. We realized that municipalities were adopting these amendments. Sometimes they go far beyond what the State Building Code Review Board had suggested, but other times they're way down low. They're woefully out of date. So what we did was we came up with a mechanism that says they shall submit proposed amendments to the statewide Building Code Review Board for review prior to them being adopted at the municipal level. This allows for an advisory opinion from the State Building Code Review Board. It also looks to see that the proposed amendment does not establish requirements conflicting with or are less stringent than the most recent statewide building code, and there are no conflicts with the fire code. This was another issue that we heard from people that work in the trades. They go from community to community to do jobs, and there's one set of codes in one community, and then there's another set of codes in another community. It makes it hard for them to do their job. And then finally, once they're adopted by the municipality, they're required to be submitted to the state, to the Building Code Review Board for inclusion and to be published by the board. So again, someone who is in the trades who wants to go, well, I'm going to be going to Lebanon and I'm going to be doing a big job, a commercial job in Lebanon. What are the codes? And they're going to be able to go and look them up and know before they even get there what they have to do. But you have this base that's common statewide. So it's really a balance between the state and the municipalities. It allows for a municipality to adopt a code, but they just want to know what they're adopting. And they want to make sure it's in line with the statewide building code. There was a question about whether or not this was going to cost any money. I was kind of surprised to see that there was the discussion about the hiring of personnel. We didn't have that discussion. In fact, with the amendment was drawn up between the fire board and the state building review board. If they needed people, they would have told us that they needed people. And we would have taken care of that in an amendment. But there was no discussion about any kind of an extra cost, other than we felt strongly that if a person felt that they were given a violation of a code, they shouldn't have to pay to get in front of the board. People should be able to say, look, I really feel that that was wrong, it was a wrong decision, I want to appeal it. And to be able to appeal it without having to pay. So please join me in overturning the interim study motion, and so that I can move ought to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Any further discussion? Senator Gaida with a question.
Of the senator from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Has there been any cost estimate done, or is there any requirement for a cost estimate to be done for the implementation of the latest iteration of the building code?
Senator, thank you for the question. All I know is that there was, I believe, a $73,000 cost that was included with the fiscal note. But we're a policy committee, we're not looking at the cost, and there was really no discussion about any kind of a cost, that they felt that they could just go ahead and do these reviews at their regular meetings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for maybe not clearly asking my question. So when we make a change to a building code and communities have to upgrade their facilities, has been any attempt made to require a quantification of cost across the state of the impact of these new code requirements?
Senator, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Senator Birdsall with a question.
14.
Okay.
Thank you for taking my question. Looking at the fiscal note, and I'm not sure whether the good senator from District 3 asked it, but according to the fiscal note, it says that they're going to require a program assistant, and that's where the cost is. Did I hear you say that they already have someone to do that, and will this be revised?
Thank you very much for your question. When we had the public hearing, there was virtually no discussion about the addition of people to do this. And we sat down and we went through all of this language together. So if they felt that they needed that, I think they would have brought that up to us. But if I remember correctly, and I see my colleague from Senate District 5 is looking at the hearing report, I don't believe there was any discussion about the addition of personnel. They meet on a regular basis. And the way that we had talked about it was if a municipality wanted to send in an amendment for review, they can just do that during their regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Sure. Senator Susan.
President, a
Question of-
question of the senator from District 14, if I may.
Senator Carson.
Senator, I'm very much inclined to agree with you that this should move forward and we should overturn the interim study. As I'm looking at this, in our current packet, obviously there's no amendment. And looking back at your committee's amendment, it seems to have replaced the whole bill. And I'm guessing that's because you were trying to address, there was some opposition to the bill originally.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you just help me and give me a brief iteration again of what the issues were that you had to correct from the original bill? And then I think we can move forward.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, the biggest opposition we got was from the municipalities. And that's why I sat down with the Building Code Review Board and with the Fire Marshal's office, and we went through this to try to address their concerns. There was provisions in the original bill that would have given the State Building Code Review Board the ability to say, no, you can't adopt that. And that the municipalities had a lot of issues with. So instead of that language, it now says that they're going to review. And they can, if they have any questions, you can send it to them and they can take a look at it. But they're not going to censor or say yes or no either way. And I think that was one of the biggest complaints from the municipalities.
Thank you. If I may, would you believe, yes, further question, would you believe, having heard all of that, I think you are correct, we should overturn the interim study and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Perkins Coker with a question of?
The good senator from District 14.
Senator Carson.
It's okay.
Thank you for your helpful presentation, Senator. My question is along the same lines of what Senator Stacey just asked. In the text of the bill as amended, it does say, once approved by the legislative body, municipalities may proceed. So I'm trying to reconcile that with some of your otherwise well-intentioned statements, which are that we'd have sort of a clearinghouse for building code adoption and in an easy way for our supporting trade to support, for example, housing development under a modern building code. But I just don't want to make adoption of a modern building code too onerous.
Thank you for your question. According to current state law, every building code and amendment has to go through the legislature. So if they're going to do that, it has to, that's why it goes to the statewide Building Code Review Board. They look at it, they think, yeah, okay, that's a good thing. They can, if they want to apply it statewide, put it in that package that will come to the legislature, and that's how it gets approved. But they can still approve it locally. There's nothing in there that says you can't do it. We just want the Building Code Review Board to know what municipalities are doing and what they're adopting. They're not saying you can't do it, but they want to know, and they want to be that one place that any kind of tradesman doing any kind of work will go to look for updated codes. It saves them time. Instead of going from municipality to municipality, there's one place that they're going to look.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 443. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator French. State your inquiry, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be clear, are we doing a roll call on overturning the interim study motion, or?
Yes, because the chair certainly thinks it's going to be close.
Okay, thank you very much.
You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald,
No.
Senator Carson,
No.
Senator Whitley,
No.
Senator Kavanaugh,
No.
Senator Reagan,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
No.
Senator Birdsell,
No.
Senator D'Alessandro,
No.
Senator Perkins Coca,
No.
Senator Gannon,
No.
Senator Sherman,
No.
Senator Morse.
No. Wasn't close. Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
vote was
President.
4-20.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 443 FN.
Senator Carson offers a motion about to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is on the adoption of the recommendation of what to pass on Senate Bill 443. You ready for the question? Roll calls were requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. Senator Hennessy to speak? No? You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yep.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Of course, yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Cont.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avart. Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 23-1. Motion about to pass is adopted. It's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 444 FN, an act relative to childhood adverse experiences, treatment, and prevention. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 444, inexpedient to legislate. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services to establish a pilot program for children who have experienced adverse childhood events and other emotional trauma. Senate Bill 444 would make appropriations to the Department of Health and Human Services for child-parent psychotherapy, or CPP, services, behavioral health care provider training, family resource centers, and a CPP database. If federal funds are not available or exhausted, the cost will fall on the state's general fund. Committee members questioned the already overburdened department's capability to take on yet another new program, this one with a $2.75 million price tag, the need to hire additional personnel when the department is already exceeding its employee population limit set by the legislature in House Bill 2, and the need to create yet another database to hold personal information. The Senate Finance Committee therefore recommends Senate Bill 444 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ITL and ask for my colleagues' patience as I put this bill into context. SB 44 is a bipartisan bill that builds on the years of work, notably my colleagues from District 1 and District 14 and many others, to create a more responsive system where children don't slip through the cracks and where families get the support they need before they're in crisis. So this bill brings children of all ages into New Hampshire's system of care, and notably it brings our young children, our most vulnerable, into the system of support. So this bill represents an important missing piece to the system of care because it takes the work upstream and focuses us on prevention. I'm often asked, how do we prevent crises before they happen for New Hampshire children and families? How do we identify vulnerable children and support them before they end up in our emergency rooms? My colleagues, this bill offers the opportunity to provide those solutions to those seemingly intractable problems. You all know that the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen soaring rates of mental health challenges among children. That's only exacerbated the situation that we knew was there before the pandemic. Children and families across our state have experienced enormous adversity and disruption. So much so that in October 2021, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Children's Hospital Association declared a national state of emergency in children's mental health. And they called on policymakers to advance strategies to meet these challenges through innovation and through action. Today, we have the opportunity to heed that call by supporting this bill. So this bill looks at young children and identifies solutions to better support them, to prevent crises down the road. And this is really critical because we know that childhood abuse and neglect and other traumas, they can interrupt a child's normal development, particularly in their brain. But the good news is that with the right interventions, children can get back on the path of normal development, build resiliency, and grow up to be healthy and productive. So in addition to building on the important work of Senate Bill 14, this bill also supports the prevention and early intervention goals in our 10-year mental health plan that so many in this room worked on. It also builds on the work of the Council for Thriving Children created by the governor's executive order and the department's infant and early childhood mental health plan. I don't have to say this, but we all know young children are the most vulnerable members of our society, both in terms of their risk for abuse and neglect, but also how trauma can impact their brains. And unfortunately, what keeps me up at night is that during the pandemic, we saw a startling and unsettling increase in child sex abuse. And of course, failures in our system have led to high-profile child deaths and situations where children and families have fallen through the cracks. I would ask my colleagues to not miss this opportunity to shift our system to one that is based in prevention. Why not address an issue before it becomes more expensive and intractable down the road? High-quality evidence-based interventions like the ones in this bill irrefutably have been shown to be more cost-effective and have greater societal impact than waiting to intervene downstream. Many people today have quoted our founding fathers, and I'm going to join in the fun. Benjamin Franklin so aptly said, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." We don't want to heed Benjamin Franklin. Let's heed the experts here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire's child advocate said in a letter to this body, SB 444 contemplates a careful rounding out of the system of care and in addressing the early, most important years for a child's path to success. In a letter signed by dozens of New Hampshire organizations and mental health professionals in support of SB 44, these folks reminded us that primary prevention programs, like those supported in SB 444, prevent and mitigate childhood trauma and provide multi-generation supports to enable families to thrive. My friends, SB 44 is smart policy that supports young children and their families in New Hampshire. So I would urge my colleagues to vote down the ITL motion so that I may offer a floor amendment with my colleagues from District 1 and District 14 to address some of the financial issues raised by the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, Senator Rosenwald.
President, I also rise to oppose the motion of ITL so that a floor amendment might be brought forward. I think the ITL motion is short-sighted. We just voted 2 weeks ago when this bill came from the Policy Committee on a voice vote to adopt their findings that New Hampshire's young children are being harmed by the pandemic, the mental health epidemic, and the opioid abuse crisis. And the therapeutic community recognizes that adverse childhood experiences can have lasting impacts on children, but, and this is the important part, they can also be mitigated with appropriate and timely interventions. So this bill appropriates a small amount of money, and the floor amendment that I hope will come forward appropriates even less, and it can be funded from ARPA funds I think surely our state's young children who've already experienced trauma are worth this small amount of money to help them get back on track and have a healthy childhood and productive adult life. I urge my colleagues to overturn the ITL motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Any further discussion? Question is on the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 444. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion has been defeated. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I move out to pass.
Senator Whitley moves out to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Whitley.
You can tell I'm excited about this, Mr. President. I thank my colleagues for giving us this opportunity, and I would like to move floor amendment 1297S, and I, with deep gratitude to my colleague from District 1 and District 14. And speak to my
Senator
amendment.
Whitley offers floor amendment 1297S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment simply removes 2 of the 4 appropriations. This is not a statement about the importance of those appropriations that were removed, but we did see that the department would be able to perhaps use another path to get the funds necessary for those 2 programs that they're looking to do. So again, the floor amendment strictly removes 2 of the 4 appropriations, keeps 2 other ones. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Whitley, the question is the adoption of floor amendment 1297. Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Bradley.
I didn't,
You have an amendment?
no.
Senator Bradley does not wish to speak. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and no amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 444. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hadn't planned on speaking, but I don't think we can pass this bill without hearing what I have to say. We as a body, and we as a legislature, and we as a state continue to pass programs that establish pilot programs, and we spend money, and we think we're solving problems. The reality is we're solving symptoms, because the underlying problem, and I'll quote George Washington's farewell address, in which he said, "A nation that loses its basis in faith does not long remain a free people." We're seeing program after program established with the best of intentions, with no faith component whatsoever, okay, to try to resolve issues of broken families. At the end of the day, what's happening is when families break, society breaks. Families break because of a number of reasons, financial and so forth, but underlying the whole fabric of this society was its establishment based on the premise of faith as the foundation of freedom. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting this bill, but I ask my colleagues to consider, okay, the component of faith as it applies to rearing children and raising responsible, God-fearing adults to make our nation and state better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Bradley.
I will take an opportunity to speak. I just want to thank my colleagues from District 14 and District 15 and 1, the HHS committee that voted for this amendment. There was a lot of, or the bill, there was a lot of compelling testimony. I think we all know how our kids have been impacted by COVID-19, but more than just COVID-19, neglect, abuse. Our colleague from District 14, as long as I've been in this room, has been an advocate for children before our colleague from District 15 got here. She, outside this room, was an advocate for children. There are situations that need our help, and we can't solve every problem in the world. We can't solve every problem for every child, but this will give us another opportunity that builds on the work that was started in 2017, where we increased staffing at DCYF, where we created the Office of the Child Advocate, where in 2019 we developed Senate Bill 6 and Senate Bill 14, the Child System of Care. It's an ongoing process. This is a small but significant step, and I hope that we have bipartisan support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 444. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 445 FN, an act appropriating funds to the Broadband Matching Grant Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 445 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill sought to appropriate $30 million in the biennium ending June 30th, 23, to the Broadband Matching Grant Fund established in RSA 12063, administered by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. The source of this appropriation would be the funds from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Committee members amended SB 445 FN by increasing the appropriation to $122.1 million of federal coronavirus capital projects funding authorized by ARPA. The committee also made various changes to the Broadband Matching Grant Initiative's guidelines. The most important of the Finance Committee's changes is that we increase the grants available to our communities who are looking to expand broadband services from 50% of eligible cost to 75% of eligible cost. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 445 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 445. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 447 FN, an act establishing the Electric Vehicle and Infrastructure Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 447 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes an Electric Vehicle and Infrastructure Fund to be administered by the Department of Transportation and further authorizes the department to accept federal appropriations and grants for the fund's purposes. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 447 FN, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise to thank the unanimous vote of the Transportation Committee and a positive vote from Finance. And just give a very brief little bit of background about this. When it became clear in the fall that we were going to get the $17 million for infrastructure from the federal government in the infrastructure bill, and then there potentially be substantially more funds coming through grants, that I talked with the commissioner, and we thought that it would make sense to have a fund set up for these funds to come in. And so her staff wrote this, and what I wanted in it was to make sure a few things. I wanted to make sure that Governor Sununu's categories, which he established for the Volkswagen Fund, were in statute for this fund as well. The governor wanted to make sure that charging money went into the main transportation corridors. He wanted to make sure money went to state agencies to get their infrastructure fund. He also wanted to make sure that money could be available for municipalities so their downtowns and their merchants could have this as well. I think it was also important to have guide rails here that, these were the intention of the governor and the legislature. And I think very importantly, and thanks to Senator, the chair of transportation, who put in here that no money can come out of this fund without approval of the Joint Fiscal Committee. And that's important as well. The bill also helps out the commissioner, and this she also thought would be important too, is to let the commissioner and verify her authority to contract services here, to do this efficiently and save money. And then also the feeling was that if we have an existing fund, this could really help us compete for the additional grant funds that the federal government is making available. If we have a fund that's set up and have the clear categories here. So that's it in a nutshell, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Waters. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 447. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Motion ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 448, FN, an act relative to energy reduction by state agencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 448 be referred to interim study. This bill requires a reduction in fossil fuel emissions by state-owned facilities and encourages the use of electric vehicles by state agencies. State expenditures resulting from SB 448 would include the incremental cost to replace existing vehicles with a comparable zero-emissions vehicle. It is not possible to predict how or when agencies will begin to convert their fleets to electric vehicles, or when such conversions will become feasible or cost-effective, and who will develop and maintain the infrastructure for electric vehicles. There would also be a substantial increase in responsibilities for the state fleet manager. Therefore, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 448 be re-referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters.
Mr. President, I was joking with the majority leader a little while ago that I don't know if all of you saw the study that said that New Hampshire is one of the 5 least stressed states in the union. Nobody asked me, man. Let's say I'm not stressed. I'm a little electrified. Let's say that, all right? But I want to just explain a little about the bill and kind of where we're at. And I appreciate the comments made by the chair of finance, but I think there's some, there's some information about the bill that might make people want to rethink this motion of interim study. Where are we at now? I think we all know that the auto manufacturers have all announced that either by 2030 or 2035, they're not going to be making conventional fuel vehicles anymore. So these vehicles are coming along. And also, every year the fleet manager puts out a list of the preferred vehicles by cost of operation and then lifetime cost of vehicles that are recommended. It's the recommended list for vehicle purchase. And for the last couple of years, the top 2 recommended vehicles have been electric vehicles. And the fleet manager and others, they're trying to buy these because they save a lot of money for the state to get these in a regular course of replacing vehicles when they need to be replaced. So basically what the bill does is it's a planning document. It says, okay, changes are coming. Let's rationally plan for them. The bill needs to give the Energy Committee that exists already the authority over this overall planning process, and it asks that agencies every 2 years would provide a report saying, what are your needs, how many vehicles you're likely to need to replace this year, what are your charging needs going to be, so we can coordinate that and see what we need. Now, in terms of the vehicle costs, as I just said with the state list, these vehicles are going to be less expensive. So we're going to save some money.
As far as the charging infrastructure, that's why we have the bill to plan. What are we going to need and how much and what agencies? As I said, we're getting 17 million from the feds, from the infrastructure fund, and a portion of that is going to go into state agency infrastructure, EV infrastructure, and we still have several $1 million in the Volkswagen fund that's supposed to go to the state agencies to build up their infrastructure. And there's $2.5 billion to $5 billion of grants in the infrastructure bill that are going to go out to the states for their EV infrastructure. So I think the bill's a planning bill. It says let's plan rationally, let's organize that. It in and of itself says there's no mandates here. It doesn't say you have to buy them. It says if it's not feasible or you don't have the appropriate infrastructure for them, you don't buy it. But it lets there be a comprehensive look at all our vehicles across the fleets and the charging we're going to need, so we can plan for it. So I think it's not that it's an inconsequential bill, but I do think it's needed. I worked on it with the fleet manager and administrative services and DOT and folks at various agencies, and they said, yeah, this will probably be helpful. So I would encourage my colleagues perhaps to vote no on interim study and let another motion come in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on Senate Bill 448. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Defeated the motion of referred interim study. Senator Waters.
Move ought to pass.
Senator Waters moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 448. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 452 FN, an act relative to lead in drinking water in schools and licensed child care facilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 452 FN ought to pass with amendment. And I thank my colleagues for the work done. Senator Waters, Senator Rosenwald, thank you so much for the work that you did in connection with this bill. This is a real important issue because it affects children. The bill requires schools and licensed child care facilities to test drinking water for lead and to notify parents of tests with high lead levels. 3 rounds of testing are required between January 1st, 2016 and June 30th, 2024. Approximately 22,000 tests have been conducted since January 2016. Portions of the bill regarding the comparison of the test results to the new standard have been amended by the committee members to reflect the January 1st, 2016 date, to enable the preservation of those 22,000 tests. If not, these previous results would have to be discarded and testing would have to start anew. This language change will prevent an additional 2-year delay. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 452 FN as amended and asks your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
There we go. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion and amendments or oral amendments? Senator Gannon.
Senator from District 20.
Senator D'Alessandro.
I might have missed something, and I'm sorry, because I worked last night and I stayed up too late. Is there a cost? I have a lot of daycare facilities in my district who initially were concerned with the bill. Did the amendment deal with they're afraid they're gonna have a lot of costs associated with cleaning up their water? Is it covered? Is someone paying for that if they fail the test?
Good question. I think the tests already done have been taken care of and have been paid for. And going forward, I'm assuming that the test would be covered. The cost of the test would be covered.
And then
But I'll get.
follow-up, and then is there funding to mitigate the cost to the daycare facilities? Was that thought of?
Let me look and see if I can get that.
I think Senator Waters is gonna help us.
Well,
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Even though he hasn't spoken? Oh, he's speaking. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm all set, Senator. Thank you.
okay, thank you, sorry.
Senator Waters.
To respond to the question, this is such an important topic of conversation in energy and natural resources. We went back and forth with the agency on this. We talked with daycare providers because, yeah, I mean, who's more stressed these days than daycare centers, right? They're closing, and we wanted to be really sure we weren't burdening them. But, the other side of it was that if there is lead in the water at a daycare center, you better believe the daycare center and the parents want to know about it and do something about it. So what we did in the bill there is you'll see there's a couple of provisions that state that the money that is expected, that is coming from the EPA, and that has now been released in the regulations on it, that daycare centers would be available for that funding to cover not only potentially the testing, and the testing is not that expensive. We checked with the labs on it, and they could test to this level, and they're not real expensive. And the amendment here means the previous ones are good to go as well. But it says that the mitigation money, if you've got to replace your faucets, if you've got to replace some pipes, that's what those EPA grants are going to go, can now go to the daycare center. So I hope we kind of found a way to allay those concerns.
Any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I would just add in the answer to your question that the lead paint hazard remediation fund also makes zero interest loans available to child care facilities to mitigate lead in their water. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 452. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 456 FNA, an act establishing a law enforcement conduct review committee in the Policy Standards Training Council, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 456 FNA ought to pass. This bill, which becomes effective in January, establishes a law enforcement conduct review committee, which would be administratively attached to the Police Standards and Training Council. The bill provides a $350,000 general fund non-lapsing appropriation in fiscal year 2023, and it is assumed that any cost in excess of that appropriation would be absorbed as part of the Police Standards and Training Council's current budget. The new positions that the bill contemplates would be part of budget considerations in the next budget and following on after that. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 456 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 456. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 458 FN, an act relative to the Sununu Youth Service Center in operation of replacement secure facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 458 ought to pass with amendment. This bill closes and dispenses of the control of the Sununu Youth Services Center, as well as sets out parameters for the contract for a replacement facility. The Department of Health and Human Services would be required to construct a secured treatment facility with no more than 18 beds to replace the current SYSC, and to complete the project by June 30th, 2024. The department, in collaboration with the Department of Administrative Services, will be required to issue a request for proposal for a qualified design-build architect on or before August 1st, 2022. The current SYSC would be closed upon opening of the new facility. Upon opening of the new facility, DAS shall take possession of the SYSC property, dispose of the property, and deposit any revenue received into the general fund. DAS is required to consult with the City of Manchester prior to any sale. With the approval of the Fiscal Committee, the Governor may authorize an extension of the completion date no later than 2 years following the initial anticipated June 30, 2024 completion date. Concerned with the construction timetable and the initial fiscal year 2023 $15 million appropriation in the bill, committee members voted to change the appropriation to the sum of $1 as a replacement. As a placeholder. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 458 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 1272S.
Senator
And
Rosenwald
like to
offers
speak
floor
to it.
amendment 1272S and may speak for her amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Senate Bill 458 envisions that the new facility to replace the Sununu Center will not open until 2024, but it might be as late as 2026. There was some discussion in the Finance Committee about this timeline and how the quarterly reporting in the bill could be improved by requiring the department to report specifically on design and construction progress, along with the likelihood of meeting that June 30th of 2024 deadline, or if not meeting it, the reasons why not. I think the amendment improves the bill, and I hope my colleagues will vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1272S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the floor amendment and thank my colleagues from District 1 and 13 for providing that additional accountability, because we know that these are our most vulnerable children. I do think it is important that when we are thinking about how this is going to move forward, that we consider the appropriate size of rebuilding. We talked many times about we don't want to overbuild like we clearly did with the existing Sununu Youth Services Center, but we want to make sure the public stays safe along with making sure that our children stay safe. So while this bill as amended will allow up to 18 beds, I really think it is very critical for us in this room and our friends on the other side of the wall to consider what is the right number of beds that we need for this population and get that right before we spend any additional dollars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1272S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. The Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 458. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 459 FN, an act relative to healthcare facility workplace violence prevention program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 459 ought to pass. This bill requires healthcare facilities to implement and maintain workplace violence prevention programs and establishes a healthcare workplace safety commission. Senate Bill 459 also permits law enforcement to arrest an individual without a warrant in certain circumstances related to healthcare workplaces. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of the bill and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 459. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. It's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Hennessy standing. Oh, for this? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1218 FN, an act relative to the merger of Granite State College with the University of New Hampshire. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1218 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes Granite State College as a division within the University of New Hampshire and would amend other relevant statutes to reflect administrative and governance changes. The university system stated increases to its operating expense to mitigate and align Granite State College and UNH systems are expected in the short term. However, savings and added revenue are expected in the long term with the consolidation of duplicative resources and programs and growth in online offerings once fully integrated. Some level of full integration is expected by fiscal year 2024, when Granite State College will no longer offer degrees on its own. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1218 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1218. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 288, an act prohibiting the requiring of COVID-19 vaccinations for schools or child care agencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 288 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 288, as introduced, would have provided the requiring of an immunization for COVID-19 for a child admitted or enrolled in any school or child care agency. I introduced this bill because of an outpouring of comments that I received from concerned parents across the state who were worried that a group of bureaucrats were going to take away their rights to choose what happens to their children. I still believe that this is very important, and given to the lack of studies on long-term impacts for these vaccines, this bill would have been a good idea. But in order to achieve a compromise that could get SB 288 out of committee with a favorable recommendation, our friend from District 3 crafted the committee amendment. As amended to SB 288 will create a study committee to review the process for the Department of Health and Human Services to require vaccinations of any kind instead of specifically addressing the concerns about the COVID-19 vaccines. While I would have liked to have had SB 288 passed as introduced, I believe that the committee amendment is a step in the right direction towards building oversight around the department's vaccine decisions. As I said in executive session on this amendment last week, I would like to serve as the chair of the study of the committee should SB 288 pass and become law. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committees asks for your support on a motion of ought to pass with amendment on SB 288. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abart. Motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is the adoption of committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 288. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 446, FNA, an act establishing a child care workforce fund and grant program and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 446 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as introduced, established a child care workforce fund to provide grants to eligible child care programs for child care workforce recruitment and retention bonuses and benefits. The bill also made an appropriation to the fund for the purpose of establishing and administering the grant program. The committee amendment, which we are affectionately calling, wait for it, the Whitley-Bradley Special, maintains the findings and purpose of the underlying bill, but replaces the remainder of the bill with a directive to the Department of Health and Human Services. The department will be charged with developing a plan in consultation with the Advisory Council on Child Care by June 30th of this year to foster sustainable child care opportunities for working families and businesses, including a focus on strategies to rapidly increase recruitment and retention of staffing at child care facilities. Including consideration of recruitment and retention bonus and benefit grants for certain New Hampshire child care employers. Also, including strategies to ensure a future workforce, costs for facilities, and strategies to increase access and affordability of child care for families statewide. This report, being due in June of this year, will set us up to work on this critical issue through remaining American Rescue Plan funds and into the next budget cycle. As we all saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, the child care workforce truly is the workforce behind the workforce. Working folks cannot go to work if they do not have child care. As a young working mother, I have experienced this myself. In order to protect the interests of families and businesses, as child care has been consistently ranked as a leading threat to business growth in New Hampshire, we need to first secure, stabilize, and grow our child care workforce. SB 446 FNA is a huge step in that direction and will set us on a path towards future success. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 446 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 446. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 450, an act relative to prescription drug affordability board. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 450 ought to pass with amendment. SB 450, as introduced, expands the ability of alternates to sit on the New Hampshire Prescription Drug Affordability Board, revises the board's conflict of interest requirements, and revises certain fee assessments. The committee amendment incorporates some changes that were originally intended to be made through a House bill that has since been sidelined on the other side of the wall, refines the conflict of interest revisions, and clarifies that, despite the changes in the alternate procedures, each stakeholder group will be represented within the quorum of the board's meetings. It also sets limits on fees, which is further classified in a floor amendment and provides for an appeals process for fees. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board is an important board that is just beginning its work, but is already miles ahead of similar boards in other states. The changes in SB 450 and the committee amendment will enable the board to function more smoothly and get into the important work it was established to do. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asked for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 450. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, barely, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Sherman?
I would like to introduce a floor amendment.
Senator Sherman has floor amendment 1254S.
Can I speak to my
Yes.
amendment? Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment does two things, one of which is in line 16 and 17, which brings the limit in fees to be consistent with all other boards. It's 125% of the cost of the board. The other is in lines 9 through 11. When we were going through rules on Monday, we're in the process of rulemaking on the board. We found that we had to have this definition. And if you look at the words, not dispensable amount, but available package, that's the smallest package that a prescription would come in. And if you think of the difference between one pill and one package, it could be significant. So it's an important definition to get into the statute, and that's what we added. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1254S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 450. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 344, relative to the quorum requirements under the right to know law of meetings open to the public. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the pending motion is the Senator Daniels floor amendment of 1135. That's what's before us. That's
Okay.
where we're at.
Understand we've debated this. The ought to pass motion has already been made. Senator Daniel has a floor amendment, 1135S, that we are now voting on. Sure, let's make it 10.
Senator
Senators, please take your seats. Senator will come out of recess. Senator Daniels.
Mr. President, on Senate Bill 444, I would wish to withdraw my motion of the pending motion on the floor, Amendment 1135, so that I may bring forward an alternate floor amendment.
Senator Daniels is removing floor amendment 1135S from consideration. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Perkins Spilka.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. I guess I thought he was going to introduce this amendment, but with great deference to my colleague from District 11, I'd like to introduce floor amendment 2022-1301S, and I'd like to speak to my amendment if I could.
Senator Perkins Spilka will offer his amendment 1301 and may speak to her amendment.
Okay, we have discussed digital meetings several times over the past few weeks. The version in front of you incorporates Senator Daniels' language into a brand new paragraph in 91A. So what the amendment in front of you does is it preserves existing 91A intact. It adds a new section following 91A, paragraph 4. And in that paragraph, it gives the option for the legislative body of a political subdivision to expand their access to remote meetings under certain circumstances. Those circumstances include that at least a quarter of the total membership is present at the physical location, that any member of the public body participating electronically shall have their video on and displaying their face, that public access to the meeting is also provided electronically, and that if there are any problems with the host's broadcast of the meeting, that the meeting shall be adjourned until the public is able to access the meeting. I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Spilka. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1301. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to this amendment, I want to relate a story. There's a community in District 6 that under the existing rules, I've noticed that one of the police commissioners hasn't been at a meeting this year. Okay. And I also noticed that he wasn't at the swearing-in ceremony in January, whatever it was, that all of the local officials got together. So, consulting with the city manager, I said, well, what's going on? I see him on the video for January. I see him on the video for February. And for March, he's absent. I don't see in the law right now where it says that the minutes are supposed to tell me his reason. And I'm wondering how he took his oath of office. The oath of office one is real interesting. He took it via Zoom and then faxed his signature to the person who signed off. He hasn't been at a meeting. And if these transgressions, in my opinion, are allowed to occur under the existing law, making it easier, it's going to make it even worse. There should be a difference between a city council. There should be a difference between a police commission. There should be a difference between a House or Senate committee and one of the statutory committees that I'm on or you're on or one of the other committees. There should be a definition in the statute. Right now it says They can only do it when such attendance is not reasonably practical. I guess if you're in Arizona, California, that it's not reasonably practical because, gee, that would cost you the airfare to get back and forth in January. And then again in February. And then again in March if you're a snowbird. This bill is not ready to be voted in. If you think you want a bunch of snowbirds on whatever council or whatever you want, vote for this. Do it. I won't be voting for it. I'm already suffering from the law the way it is right now because it doesn't give a definition of why a person can't be there. And the attorney in my community said, yeah, I guess swearing in front of somebody on video is okay. I will vote against.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1301. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do what we can in this body to gain more participation in public affairs. And Senate Bill 344 is an invitation to the public to better know what's going on in the political subdivisions of this state. It does not pertain to the general court. First and foremost, this bill is enabling legislation, something that this body has historically supported. It enables the legislative body to decide whether or not they wish to allow their governing boards to meet virtually, with the stipulation that there must be at least a quarter of the governing board physically present at a specified location open to the public. It's an undisputed fact that over the past 2 years, the use of virtual meetings has increased public participation in local meetings, giving greater opportunity for the public to watch their elected officials perform their duties and interactively communicate with them. We passed House Bill 108 last year on a voice vote. That bill contained language to authorize virtual meetings, such as we had during the COVID shutdown. But that language was ultimately changed by House conferees to a study committee at a committee of conference. There were numerous recommendations that came out of that study committee on the virtual meetings. That a physical location remain a requirement, that a minimum of at least two members be physically present at that location. This bill actually requires a quarter. That remote participation from members should be allowed in non-emergency situations with restraint. That the quote, not reasonably practical, unquote, standard for remote participation with documenting such reason in the minutes should remain. That all votes taken in a virtual meeting shall be by roll call vote. That instructions on how the public can access the meeting be included in the meeting notice, along with a means by which the public can notify the body if the transmission to the public is interrupted. And that in the event of interruption, the meeting shall be adjourned until the public is able to access the meeting. These recommendations are contained within the amendment before you, along with the additional requirement that a virtually participating member must have his or her camera actively displaying the member's face. It is time that we let the local communities decide whether or not they consider virtual meetings beneficial in understanding how their local governments operate. So I respectfully ask that you support this enabling legislation and vote this amendment ought to pass, and then vote Senate Bill 344 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. Senator Guida with a question of. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I have concerns about the definition of reasonably practical. I'm tending to resist legislation that says reasonable or reasonableness, because that is so open to wide interpretation as to render it possible to abuse the intent of this bill, which is a person that's on the public body might be excused from active participation at the site.
Well, I believe that the bill has to be out of the Senate today because of crossover. Reasonably practical is not something that we put in there. It was in there before. And the committee studying House Bill 108 had recommended keeping that language in there on whatever it means.
Thank you.
And I would say, if you wanted a clearer definition, we could pass this on to the House and then go and work with them to get a clearer definition if you wish to narrow that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to express some concerns that I have with this bill, particularly with this amendment. It was my hope that this amendment would address some of my concerns that I had last week, but it doesn't. So I'm going to just reiterate what those are. Is that when the legislative body goes to vote this in, this doesn't require a fiscal note. This doesn't require them to say to the legislative body, this is what it's going to cost your town to have remote participation. This is what it's going to cost your town for somebody to man the camera or the Zoom or whatever it is, in overtime or what have be. It doesn't have any of that in here. Additionally, it doesn't separate out the two. The legislative body is going to Zoom in remotely or whatever electronic mechanism it might be. But then you have the public body, the committee, doing it as well. It doesn't say we authorize this or we authorize this. There's no two votes. If you take one, you got to take the other. And it's the other that I have the most concerns with. The member from District 11 just said that the public can interact. I don't read in this amendment anywhere that the public can interact. I just read that that they can view, and that if they can't view it and it's the host problem, which means it's your small town's problem if you live in the North Country, you have to stop the meeting. So is this meant to have public interaction, or is this meant to just have viewers? If it's just meant to have viewers and the feed goes down at your select board, at your planning board, at your school board, at your zoning board, that meeting has to stop until that feed can get back up to those who are either interacting remotely or just viewing remotely. And what does that mean? It is very difficult in small towns to get people to volunteer for these boards. And if you have to stop the meeting and reschedule it to a later date, and sometimes there's very important things that go on. Somebody wants their zoning variance approved, the planning committee has important things, the select board has to approve certain funding things. Those things are very important. So you're going to stop that meeting and you're going to reschedule it because the feed went down. That's not going to help our communities. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to address some of the concerns my colleagues have raised, and I really appreciate the debate we're having today. So to some of the concerns the senator from District 6 raised, elections have consequences and attendance at our boards have consequences, the same way that there's social and political accountability today to attend your meetings. The same accountability exists whether our meetings are remote or not. So I already think there's a mechanism in place to address where and how frequently folks are attending meetings, and I don't think this statute changes that. I think the most important piece of this statute is that we need our public bodies to represent us. We need the best people we can helping our communities survive and serve. We want qualified people, we want professional people, we want young people, we want old people, we want people with disabilities, we want every kind of person. And so by making this little accommodation, when they are not reasonable, it's not reasonably practical for them to be at a meeting once in a while, if your community votes for it, they can be a part of it. They can run for office. Without making this little accommodation, I think that we're excluding groups of people from office, and those of us that are here obviously are able to accommodate the current system, but we know there's people outside of the State House that couldn't be here with us today because they have jobs or they have physical limitations, or they travel once in a while for work. I want those people to be a part of our government. I want our government to look like us. And I think by making these small accommodations, we can do that. If your town doesn't want this to be a part of their operation, or it's too expensive, or it's inconvenient, you don't have to act. This amendment does not require you to act. It's just an option. So when Durham asked me, can I please have my energy committee meet remotely? We need a change to the statute. That's all this does. It doesn't change everything else about New Hampshire. It's just an option. I think that trusting our chairs of our meetings to understand what reasonably practical means is important. They have been doing that interpretation for years now, and I think they're qualified to do that. And I also think, to the Senator from District 1's point about public access, it's a good point, and I'd be very open to clarifying it, but I do want to point out that this is largely the language we use today. And so when it says public access to the meeting by electronic means shall be provided, the portions of the meeting that are interactive are guided by the agenda and always have been. So I think that's available too. So I agree with the Senator from District 11. Today's crossover, we've done a lot of work to accommodate concerns on this bill. There will be time to make further amendments in the House, but we'd appreciate your support today, giving this option to our municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Cuoco. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1301. Any further discussion? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to just to address the remarks of my colleague from District 1. She gave great arguments for her local meeting. I want to again reiterate, this is enabling legislation. It doesn't say that you have to do it. You can have that debate at your local community. My colleague may have been putting forward some great comments and points for not having it there if it's necessary for the community to buy equipment. On the other hand, if you have a community that has that equipment, then why not give them the ability to expand the use of that commitment to the benefit of the community? So, thank you.
Senator Daniels. Question is the adoption of floor amendment 1301. Roll call has been requested by Senator Cont, seconded by Senator Birdsall. You're voting on the floor amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Cuoco.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it, 13 to 1, 13 to 11. Might as well be one. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 344. You ready for the question? Roll call by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 344. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray,
No.
Senator French,
No.
Senator Ward,
No.
Senator Rishardi,
No.
Senator Cont,
Yes.
Senator Daniel,
Yes.
Senator Avard,
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald,
Yes.
Senator Carson,
No.
Senator Whitley,
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Senator Reagan,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
Yes.
Senator Bertzel,
No.
Senator D'Alessandro,
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca,
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
No.
Senator Sherman,
Yes.
and Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it. The motion is passed 13 to 11, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 348, an act relative to political expenditures and contributions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 348 ought to pass with amendment. This bill modifies the political contribution statutes. These statutes are so difficult to understand that the Attorney General provides a guidance letter containing the contribution limits in a table format. I asked the Office of Legislative Services to insert the Attorney General's table into the RSA. The result is an easy-to-read table. You can see in this bill which will reduce confusion for candidates, committees, and voters. The contribution limits in Table Roman 5 of the committee amendment were increased from the limits in the original bill as introduced, but much less than the unlimited that were in the current bill. Further adjustments may be appropriate. The committee also provided that partnerships and labor organizations may establish their own political committees, which may make contributions to candidates, political committees, or political parties, as is the case in federal law. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 348. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Susie.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer Amendment 2022-1299S and speak to my amendment if I may.
Senator Susie offers floor amendment 1299 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer this amendment with the Honorable Chair of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee. It brings one of the lines on this chart into compliance with the advice that was offered by the Attorney General's office. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1299. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 348. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 376FN, an act establishing a committee to study the creation of a board to study mental health incidences among law enforcement officers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 376FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes a committee to study the creation of a board to review deadly force incidents involving law enforcement and citizens affected by mental illness. And I'd like to thank the senator from District 2 for his passionate work on this topic. Senate Bill 376 FN also sought to make an appropriation to Police Standards and Training Council for crisis intervention training to include reimbursement to local police departments. Committee members expressed concern with the amount of the proposed appropriation, and the bill was amended to eliminate it. I understand the senator from District 2 would like to introduce a floor amendment after me. The Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 376 FN as amended, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and ask to introduce floor amendment 1302S.
Senator Gaida offers floor amendment 1302S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, I should say the committee amendment, removed the funding for police training for critical incident intervention by police officers in the state. The purpose of that funding was to provide one police officer in the state in every jurisdiction, including counties and corrections, with CIT training so that, as has happened in the last 4 lethal incidents using police force in our state, people that were known to be mentally unstable wound up being killed. Certainly the officers don't want to do that, but they don't have tools necessary to mitigate the situation. Some of our police officers do. I want to go over some facts and figures with you on this because did a lot of work this afternoon with the help of Commissioner Quinn, Frank Harris, who heads the police down at the state hospital complex, John Skippa, and a couple of other fellows and gals that made these figures available. So the cost for a 1 week of training, and this is the cost for hiring a backup for a police officer that will come down to that 1 week training, okay, including room, board, etc. Because what we're doing here is we're taking this off the back of property taxpayers, we're taking it off the back of the community so that they will have a mental health resource in their town. It's $4,700 for the week, okay, and that's based on the average cost for salaries and benefits for a police officer for that period of time. So across the state police have 111 officers trained, okay? Now, so they will not be participating in this because there's one in every barracks in the state. The county sheriffs, there's 10 of those departments. There's 10 corrections departments that will be involved. As far as the towns and cities, 234 towns and 13 cities is 247, of which 48, only 48, have a trained officer. That leaves us with a total of about 219 jurisdictions in which this would take place. So if you multiply the 219 times 4,700, you come out with a little short of 1.1 million. That's the derivation of the 1.1 million on line 4 under 7. If we pass this bill at a training rate of 30 a month, within this fiscal year, we will have completed training for one police officer in every jurisdiction in the state. Provide the resources to hopefully mitigate and delay and give these folks the training until the mobile crisis units can get there, okay? And reduce the incidence of the killing of citizens with mental health by police officers who don't have the tools to deal with the on-site situation. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1302S. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise just for clarification. How did we come up with 1.1 million? I understand that the idea was brought forward by a group of people who looked at the mental health situation. Katia Fox was involved, Police Standards and Training was involved, the Commissioner of Safety was involved. I had a conversation with the Commissioner of Safety when we were on one of our breaks. So I understand the need. What it does, though, or what this does, is sort of sets a new standard in terms of the operation of Police Standards and Training. Police Standards and Training was created by Arthur Kies. Arthur Kies was a deputy superintendent in Manchester. He came to the state, he worked for the state. Police Standards and Training is named after Arthur Kies. So they used a mechanism called the Penalty Assessment Fund in order to fund it. They waited a number of years so the corpus was large enough to support standards and training, and they brought it forward. They built the building, and the deal was, it was a zero-sum game. All of the people that went would be taken care of. There wouldn't be any tuition cost. That would be absorbed by quote-unquote Police Standards and Training funded by the penalty assessment. The local law enforcement would supply trainers, and they would come from agencies throughout the state, and that would be their contribution, which created it as a zero-sum game. What we found out as time went on, the penalty assessment was attacked for other items, and as a result of that, the Senate President and I worked on a situation where Police Standards and Training would be funded, totally funded by general funds. The zero-sum game remained in place because of the fact that the locals brought the people to do the teaching and everyone was trained. Everybody, every law enforcement officer. The unique situation was, regardless of what agency you came from, all of the training was the same. State police, local police, fish and game, Marine Patrol, everybody was part and parcel of the process. So now comes this particular situation, which is for me is a little deviation. All right, somebody recognized a sincere problem, a very problem because of the shootings that have taken place, and the fact that mentally ill people were involved in this, and we need training. So NAMI is being called upon to do the training, as I understand it. So that's how the cost, I guess, was developed. But this will take place, this training will take place, and this cost will be in place for a period of time. Then someone's going to have to go back to the next budget cycle, I'm assuming, and incorporate this money, whatever the cost is. Who will do the training? Well, if so, you're telling me it's a one-time situation? Then I don't understand how the future officers would be trained. But anyway, I'll support it, but I think it's a deviation from where I thought the program went and how the program has developed over the years. I understand the need. I find adjusting to the cost is problematic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator D'Alessandro. Any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1302? Senator Gaida.
To address the dean's concerns, this is a one-time appropriation, and while there may be future needs, we will have one police officer in each jurisdiction. The funding is not, it said it ends as of the end of this fiscal cycle, and it provides one officer in every jurisdiction in the state. The officers going to training aren't doing training, and NAMI is only one of a number of presenters, and then they actually get into actual physical simulations of how to deal with these things. So the training is pretty rigorous, and so the officers that are coming aren't providing any of that training. They're total recipients. Again, to make sure that we're not levying a property tax burden on our towns, that's why the $4,700, we cover the cost of the police officer for the period of time. And we wind up at the end of the day with a blanket across the entire state of resources there for the folks that have to be the first responders in situations that are pretty doggone horrific. To give them the tools, the outcomes are going to be a lot better than 4 out of 4 dead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1302S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 376 FN. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. We're at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 91 FN, an act relative to death benefits of first responders who die from suicide. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to table.
It's the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. You've tabled House Bill 91. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 1319 FN, an act relative to granting certain corrections personnel death benefits if killed in the line of duty. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to into study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled House Bill 1319. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, House Bill 1020, an act relative to additional lights on emergency vehicles. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Table.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You tabled House Bill 1020. Before I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion, and I've heard it all day, and as Senate President, you don't get involved in the debates, I would just be very cautious over the next 5 weeks. Every department has at least an 18% vacancy rate in all of government. My business has a greater rate than that. And all my friends, all they talk about is, I hired somebody on Friday and they don't show up on Monday. It's out there everywhere in society. I think our meeting with Charlie Arlinghouse and trying to come up with a system for the state to try and work through this, at least for the next 2 years, was a good idea. And I was against it in the beginning, but you tightened it up and you made it something better today. I think we have to be careful as a state because we're going to see this for a little while now until we can attract people to the state and get more of a workforce here. So just be cautious. There is some money available this year, you know, as we close out the session. I firmly believe it should all go to one-time capital spending. I'm being outdone every time somebody spends $1.1 million. But the reality of the whole thing is I think the senators know what's going on in the state of New Hampshire and they're trying to solve problems. But just be careful on the labor issues because I think it's everywhere. I don't doubt that we can go over state police right now and find out they're struggling. We can go to the prison and we know they're struggling because they're transferring the overtime funds. Just be careful with what we're doing in the Senate. On the table? Is there anything to come off the table?
Mr. President, I move that we remove Senate Bill 226 from the table.
Motion is to remove Senate Bill 226 from the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed? You remove 226 from the table. We don't have a pending motion. Senator Bradley.
I move ought to pass.
Senator Bradley moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 226. Now on second reading. It's open for discussion or amendments.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I think you gave much of the remarks that I was going to say as to the conversation that I had with Commissioner Arlinghouse. So let me just talk about what's in the amendment and how it tightens up the bill. It's Amendment 1295. Everybody should have it. So right at the top, in lines 6 through 8, it has a provision that the department shall obtain the approval of the fiscal committee prior to developing or implementing the program. So that is a mechanism to ensure that the legislature has oversight over what may come in terms of the planning and development of the program. If you turn the amendment over to page 2, the second tightening up is lines 1 through 3. Again, any expenditure would have to go before the fiscal committee. And then lines 4 through 6 is the third provision in the amendment. It is a sunset of this recruitment and retention. I think it is based on the speech that the Senate President gave, which outlined in an excellent fashion the problem that whether it is public employers, not-for-profit employers, or for-profit employers, everyone is facing it. Let's see how it works. Hopefully it's helpful. The controls with this amendment, if we vote for it, are in place. And if it works as well as some think it will, it can be reauthorized in the upcoming budget. So it is repealed as of the end of this budget. So I think it makes sense in the spirit of compromise, which we've tried to do for the most part here today. I hope that the body can vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Bradley moved floor amendment 1295. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1295, and let me first apologize. I thought I already did this today. So I should have never spoke before a bill, but Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Amendment 1295S and say that, based on your iteration, obviously, everybody knows what the situation is. Unemployment is problematic in the state of New Hampshire, and employment of individuals is very, very problematic. In state government, we've got a 20% vacancy rate. That means 2,000 jobs in the state of New Hampshire can't be filled. And as I said to you last time, if every vacancy at New Hampshire Hospital was filled, we wouldn't have a waiting list. And I looked at the waiting list, and I looked at where the waiting list came from. I saw the most recent iteration of that, and it's highly problematic, and that deals with adults and not with children. So I support it. I think it's the right idea. Listen, recruitment and retention, that statute has been around for a long, long time. That statute is only used when a subordinate makes more than the superior. That's in place. They can do that now. This recruitment and retention statute and the amendment that we have will give us an opportunity from inside and from outside to look for people that are capable and that want these jobs. That's the key element. So I appreciate the look back, so to speak, where we took this from purgatory and brought it right to heaven, and of course we'll pass it. So with that, I say thank you, Mr. President, and of course to the Silver Fox from District 3. I love your haircut. I think it's the best one you've had in years, and so congratulations, and let's keep the dream alive and well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1295. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 226. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senator Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to remove Senate Bill 340 from the table.
Senator Daniels moves to remove Senate Bill 340 from the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You remove Senate Bill 340 from the table. The pending motion is interim study.
I would ask the body to turn down interim study so that an amendment can be brought forward, an agreement that I have made with the Liquor Commission. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 340. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Listening. All opposed say no. No. You've defeated the motion for refer to interim study. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass.
Senator Daniels moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1237S.
Senator Daniels offers floor amendment 1237S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment only deals with out-of-state and in-state direct shippers. The only amendment in here is to move the amount of beer that can be direct shipped from 27 gallons to 50 gallons. That's all it is. I did talk with the Liquor Commission about that, and they are agreeable with that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1237S. Discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 340. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. I think you were going to stand for the next piece. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
All right. All right, who's the real silver fox here? Thank you, Mr. President. And let me tell you, he's got a great announcement coming after this third reading motion. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We're now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Cont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for personal privilege.
Yes.
Thank you. We tabled the bill today at 4:15 on homelessness. There have been a lot of things said today that are contradictory to that motion. We've said that a rising tide lifts all ships. We've said that we need workforce in this state. We've said that we care about the most vulnerable. Not true. And I really regret it. We've had some really good bipartisan work here today. We had a bipartisan amendment that would have allowed us to talk about homelessness and ways to address it in this state. Any question that I heard during the day today could have been answered had we allowed the debate to come to the floor. Our leadership denied me that opportunity. I regret that. By failing to vote on that bipartisan amendment, by failing to at least have the debate. We never looked at what the Council on Housing Stability's plan really says. This was adopted June 1st of 2021. It's signed by the governor, signed by the Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs. It makes recommendations in here that we should be addressing in this body. It describes the homelessness rate, which consistently is 1,300 people at any given time. That 70% of those people in homelessness are first time in that situation. It describes that there are 4,000 students in the state of New Hampshire.
Senator, allowed unanimous consent to redebate.
Personal privilege, Mr. President.
Your personal privilege needs to be about something that we didn't debate during the day.
I feel, Mr. President, I did not have the opportunity to debate that question.
And you'll have another opportunity, Senator.
I would appreciate that conversation with you, Mr. President.
Sure. Any further unanimous consent? Senator Birdsall.
Quick notice, for anyone who's interested, I purchased some Ukrainian flags that are upstairs. Anyone who's interested, you can grab one for your desk until they last. Thank you.
Any further unanimous consent? Well, I'm going to try one. This weekend, this year was a very special weekend. Emma got engaged to John, and but 2 years ago, this weekend wasn't quite the same, and we've waited 2 years because of COVID, but on Sunday, we will celebrate my mother's life. So it's been an awesome weekend. Any further unanimous consents? Food. They have gone out of their way to bring us dinner tonight in a big way. They wanted to make sure you were taken care of. And we have dinner downstairs and we have to-go containers. So I realize everyone wants to head home, but please take it home with you. The staff worked hard to make sure they take care of you, so it's down there. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
First, let's give a round of applause to Tammy and the staff and everybody else. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the business of the day being completed that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.